Five.
Yep.
Yes. Sorry. People really want to see. Right. Right. That's good. Good. That's very right. Congratulations. It's a good opportunity. Really, but it's still important for that water. Yeah. But it's worth the policy.
All right, we'll get started in about 2 minutes.
It's just been pretty much my only part ever. We have our national association meeting. Usually it's like that's or something like that. Nice. Yeah. It's very strange. Walk down full ride.
Well, 10, we have at least 4 of our members who are on the road. Lisa Yellow Eagle got stuck in construction, and also our team from The northwest corner, Jackie Brown, Mike Camblin, and Kelly Romero Heaney. They're about 15 minutes out. They're listening in on Zoom. So we will go ahead and get started. Kelsey has an announcement for folks watching online.
Yes, for folks watching online, we're not sure what happened, but the Zoom link that got sent out this morning is an inaccurate Zoom link from Zoom. So if you are watching online on the live stream and you want to make a public comment, go to the website. And on the meetings page, you scroll down, there's a live stream video, and then underneath that is the Zoom link. And that Zoom link works. We have verified it. And we have no idea what happened. So that's what, thanks for your patience. That's what we were trying to figure out to make sure the public can have access to it. Yes, Steve.
I just got a text saying the Zoom, the YouTube is very echoey. It's very hard to hear. So
All right, thank you.
let me know.
Microphone issues as well, often. I'm not logged in for it.
All right, logistics, the bathrooms are down the hallway here, just straight out the door and to the left. Down there, there are lunches for task force members on the back chair.
I didn't include a napkin, so I'm gonna.
Thank you.
All right, and I also want to extend a big welcome to all the public is here. Thank you very much for being here. If you would like to make a public comment, there is a sign-up sheet in the front. You can sign up on that anytime. And thanks to all the folks who are here virtually as well. Hopefully you'll be able to see and hear us. We have parking passes in front, so if you park someplace in a yeah, you can grab one of those parking passes and put it on your car. So with that, we are going to get started. And I just, to kick us off there, I just wanted to read the one sentence from Senate Bill 23-295, which talks about the task force. And it says, the purpose of the task force is to provide recommendations for potential state legislation. And then it goes on to talk about tools and programs, both intrastate and interstate. So that is our purpose here today. And this, we've been sort of setting the stage and getting to know one another. I think today we're really going to have a chance to get our feet wet and dig into the work on this, providing recommendations for potential state legislation. I did have a call last night from Speaker Julie McCluskey and Senator Dylan Roberts, who send you all their greetings and their thank you for the work that you all are doing. They've offered to help us any way that we might request them to, and they're really looking forward to seeing the work that comes out of this group. We will start with approving our agenda and the minutes, and then we will go through a roll call, little backwards, but that's where we're going to do it. So the agenda today, we are going to start with public comment as we've done in the past. We'll have some updates on meeting locations and times and any other updates. A report from the sub-task force, which met earlier this week, September 12th. And then we will take a quick look at the criteria that we're going to use to evaluate our recommendations. It says 30 minutes on the agenda. I don't think we need that long. Most of those criteria come from the state statute, but we'll open that up for discussion. We will formally adopt those criteria. If there are any additional ones we want to add, that will be the chance to do that. And then we'll jump into the work of looking at tools that have been proposed for intrastate use for the state of Colorado. So thanks to everybody for the work you did and sending those in, and a huge shout out to Jordan, Kelsey, and my team for putting all of those together. That was a monumental task. So thank you for that. Agenda. Take a look at the agenda for today. Have got any additions, anything you want to change in the agenda?
I'd move to approve the agenda.
All right, motion by Andy Mueller.
Second it.
All right, second by Darius Sutton. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Right. Any opposed? Okay, and if you're online, caller or send a text, I will assume that silence is consent on the agenda. We have meeting minutes from our last meeting on August 31st. Yes, Andy.
On the minutes, it occurred to me after reading these minutes that I don't know that we've ever given direction to the facilitators in terms of the types of minutes we would want to have from this task force. And I think they did a yeoman's job of recording what they heard, but I think, to maybe bring it in line more with what we see at the state government level in our state. I'm wondering if, the minutes could be redone to reflect just major actions or major discussions and then, action points, so motions that are taken. I think that it's a really hard thing to reiterate in minutes exactly what people say. And I think I think the facilitators really tried, but I'm not sure I think that we could spend a lot of time discussing what types of words are appropriate in the minutes if we're going to have that kind of detail. And so I wonder if it would be better, if we resorted to more of just a various kind of summary action. These are the items we talked about, we've discussed, and then here are the action items. And anybody who wants to, the public who are interested, both today and then in perpetuity, to hear what the actual discussion was about, we have recordings that will be part of the official state record of the task force. And I think that allows for that other resource to be available so people can hear the primary source of the speakers.
Thanks for that suggestion. Any comments on that?
I agree.
Okay, all right.
I would just respectfully, if there's a template, if there's like one that you've seen that is a good one for us to follow in terms of level of detail, we'd love to have that as well. And make sure we're meeting that.
We can shoot you something.
That'd be great.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Are you suggesting then that we hold off on approving the minutes until we see the revised version?
Sure, I would move to table the minutes until the next meeting where facilitators might have an opportunity to present a different format.
Second. All right, second by Commissioner Greenberg. All those in favor?
All right.
All right, thank you.
Aye.
Thank you. Thanks, Aaron. And one correction that we will make to the minutes is Gerald Copenhaver was here for the meeting. He was on Zoom. He just ignored you the whole time, so we'll get it out of him that you were present. Okay. We'll start now with roll call to see who all is here. The folks online, you can join in as well. And we did send out a sort of a prompt question, which hopefully you've had a chance to think about, and it's a way to lead us into our discussion on the intrastate tools. So if you've had some experience with working with the tool and found what works, what doesn't work, but makes things more or less complicated, when you introduce yourself, you get one or at the max 2 sentences to say something about intrastate tools. And I'm going to use my list here today, and I will go in reverse order from what we did last time. Lisa Yellow Eagle is on her way. I don't think she is with us yet. So Letitia Yazzie.
The main lesson that I learned working through these tools and programs is there is an opportunity, to evaluate what we have and if there is needed any additional tools or programs that we can possibly use in the future.
And do we have Melissa Youssef alternate here? That's coming in, and Steve Wolf.
Here, I guess what I would add to what Tisha started to say, there seems like there's lots of tools out there. I'm not sure we do a very good job implementing or putting them on the ground, whether it's capacity, resources, dollars, whatever. So I think the tools are there. How do we make a better use of them?
And that's a good thing that maybe we add that to our criteria. It has to be implementable. Kyle Whitaker.
Here. I just comment that drought resiliency tools are akin to raising kids in my mind, and there is not a perfect one, there is not a perfect way, nor is there a playbook. And I think we have a task ahead of us.
Great. Good analogy. Andy Mueller.
Here, and I would say, the River District has worked with our partners in a number of reservoir storage facilities to help alleviate drought on the Yampa and in Colorado. And we think those tools are important aspects, but I think that trying to develop greater programmatic flexibility within the state, at the state engineer's office and the state attorney general's office could help us all develop better tools to deal with reservoir release. So
Thank you. Lee Miller.
Here, I think one of the important, the things that was brought back to mind for me with the tools is that we have a lot of separate tools. And there's a lot of experience, a lot of things that were done to implement each separate tool, but we've never tried to say, okay, how can that help another tool? And for a good example of that is when we did some of the interruptible supply agreement issues, the super ditch program, what they developed a administrative tool, a least foul tool, which you could probably had, if we had gone back and tried to reinvigorate the water bank using the least fallow tool, we might have been able to address or bridge some of the challenges that initially. So I think, it's good to have all these pieces, but we also need to figure out how do you make each one of them work or not work, and can you, use a Chinese menu to make it actually a better menu.
Thank you. Gerald Copenhagen.
Yeah, I'm here, I guess. I think looking at all these different tools and things that are their possibility of doing, I think what we need to look at is the thing that's going to save us the most money for this state. That's our primary focus to me, is we need to be looking at this state right here. And our farmers and ranchers right here. So the biggest part of this water is all going to us. And when we turn this water out into these canals, we're losing so much water in these canals. We're not talking about gallons, we're talking about acre feet. And we can increase that efficiency in these canals through these different systems. I think that's our biggest gain. There is a gain with our water staying in the system, in the rivers, and in our delivered to our constituents. Most of these canal companies can't afford to do those projects. We can't afford to line this. So it costs so much money. I think, but it would save more water than to me than any other project we need for this day.
Thanks. That's a great lead into this little graph that our facilitators prepared for us, talking about what's the effort and what's the payoff. So, thank you. Randy Kim.
Here. And yeah, I just echo what everybody else already said, but one thing that's, a common thread, obviously, in all of these tools is funding, as we all know. And the other thing is some of these tools are in place to some degree, but could potentially be enhanced to allow them to be implemented at a greater capacity. And then the third thing that I noticed is, there's several of these tools that have diverse or multiple beneficiaries. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration across the various water users.
Thank you. And for our new arrivals, welcome. We're glad to see you. Glad you made it here in the northwest corner. And we're just we're on roll call, so we have the prompt on if you've worked with or used any of intrastate tools, what lessons have you learned from that? So next up is Darius Dutton.
Present. I'd like to echo Gerald Copenhagen. The efficiency with these irrigation districts would be huge to the state of Colorado. The Uncompahgre project is 114 years old. earthen canals. If we could make things more efficient, we could save a lot of water. Also, there's a lot of proposed reservoirs, high elevation reservoirs throughout the state that have been shot down. I wish there was a way that we could use these tools to make it easier to, push some of this stuff through. I think storing water at high elevations, a lot better place to do it than in Lake Powell or Lake Mead, less evaporation.
Thanks, Terrace. Kate Greenberg.
Present, and I think a lesson learned about intrastate drought resilience tools is to engage the people most impacted by the decisions from the very beginning and throughout the entire process and build the thing together. So I'm glad to see all the producers at the table in particular, but of course that goes for everyone.
Thank you. Ellie Romero Guinea.
Present, and my apologies for getting the Northwest Colorado crew here late. I'd say maybe a lesson learned. An interest in applying intrastate drought resilience tools. I think one thing that's important, and maybe the state engineers already said this, but like we can't manage what we can't measure. But I think we have to be able to measure water on different dimensions, and so I think that the work that we've done in the last few years, and I hope we'll continue to do in improving stream gauging, the investments in Colorado airborne snow measurement, and now we're moving more and more towards investments in soil moisture monitoring. I think that helps us really understand what we're managing and helps us make smart decisions when the dry times hit.
Yeah, thank you. Alex Davis.
Here, I think it's always helpful, sort of building on what Kate said, to remember that a tool is simply a tool. And because what I've seen is oftentimes people will fear the unintended consequences of a potential tool and thus oppose that tool because they're concerned about how it might be applied. And so thinking about the idea that we can create lots of tools and how we might use them or apply them could be different, will evolve, will change. Any tool in its infancy will be very different from a tool that's applied regularly because of those evolutions. So not letting fear prevent discussion around the tool itself, but looking at what the consequences are.
Thank you. Karen.
Yeah, thank you. If you all can hear me, and I am here. I really appreciate the ability to join virtually today. I had a family commitment this morning that I could not avoid, so I will do my best to participate this way. A lot of good things have been said so far. I want to piggyback on something that Steve Wolf said. We have a lot of tools. We need to make sure we invest in the capacity to implement them and to make sure that we're listening and understanding how these tools can and should be implemented at various scales and various different geographies, and to address the multitude of different needs that I think were identified well in some of the spreadsheet and the homework. So we need tools. We might need to improve some of the tools, and we can't forget that it takes people and relationships to implement those tools in a way that can really make a difference.
Great. Thank you, Aaron. Mike Camlin.
Good evening, or morning, everybody. Sorry, we're late. So tools. As president of Maple Irrigation District, we've implemented a lot of tools on that ditch in the last 5 or 8 years. From check structures to new head gates to automated waste gates to several points of measurement. And then as a private ranch owner too, we've done some water leasing for 4 years. We've done moisture sensors in our fields, efficiency projects, and so I do have a lot of experience in these tools. My biggest complaint on these tools is the cost and the time it takes to implement them. That's a barrier. And so that would be my 2 cents.
Thank you. Good comments. Jackie.
Good morning, because sort of feel like evening, been driving for a while, but yes, apologies for being late, present here. Speaking from an industrial perspective, only from Tri-State's perspective on this one is specific to drought resilience, we have a fairly broad redundant supply for our power plants. And so in times of severe drought, we can make sure that our units can keep producing in any circumstance and that we can keep the lights on. But there's not a ton of flexibility with how we use that portfolio when we're not in a severe drought. And so there are limitations. And I think some of that is the other comment I was going to make until Alex made it was that's fear-based. There's a whole lot of fear around how you change tools and how you stick your neck out and work with existing tools when there's a lot of people looking at you. So, you have to consider those too. Thank you.
And Orla Bannon.
Present. Good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate all the comments about implementing the tools we have, and I think that's critical and something that we need to look at systemically. And as I was thinking about this question, I was thinking about our turf removal bill that WRA worked on, or helped work on in the last session. And of course, with turf, the best answer is don't put it in non-functional turf. The best answer is don't put it in the first place. But this tool expanded on programs and made things easier for people to access the funds, and there was huge demand for it. And the funding was quickly depleted and more is needed. So I think there's also, while we have a lot of tools, there's also demand for new tools that might be underestimated, and we have to make them easy to use and easy for people to access, make sure they're available.
Great, thank you very much. All right, we do have a quorum. We have everyone here when Ms. Yellow Eagle gets here. So you're expecting her. And thanks to all of you, and thanks to the alternates in the room as well for attending. Next up, we have public comment, and we will take public comment until 1:15 if we have that much public comment. If you have comments, please keep it limited to 3 minutes. And if you can focus it on intrastate tools, that is helpful. If you have something else, then feel free. I'm going to turn it over to the Langdon group to facilitate public comment.
I just want to ask in the room, has everyone had the opportunity to sign up who wanted to make a public comment? Is there anyone who's still sending that present? Okay, and I'll consider this.
I just like to thank my recommendation.
The what? Oh,
Just like to say-
I missed you. Oh, yeah. Okay, but we're gonna jump back to Kevin because I missed him completely. Okay, yes.
Sorry, before we get to Kevin, I just want to let the people online know, if you would like to make a comment, please put your name in the Q&A. And we will get to you along with the people who are here present with us. So that's your mechanism when you're online, so they can start doing it while we hear from Kevin.
And I'm not sure whether in my capacity you want to.
Yes, I did. I just put a check by your name when Kyle spoke, so
Oh,
my
okay.
mistake. I'm
Flattered by that. Hi, and I'll just say quickly, coming at the end, usually everything's been said, but you also have a lot of food for thought. This is contribute to your opinion. As I've watched tools develop over years in my capacity, so one thing I've noted is this very difficult balance that we as a state and our legislature tries to strike between something that's very effective and flexible and can be implemented, and at the same time it's protective of everybody that uses water in Colorado, and that's that balance that can sometimes make these tools so difficult that they're inhibited, not usable, and at the same time creates perceived risk for other parties. So I think that's probably a challenge that this week.
balance is a good one to end on. So, thank you. All right, I'll turn it over to Shabanda to lead public comments.
Absolutely, like the chair has said, we'll go until 1:15 since we did start a little bit late and committed to have that hour. I think the way we're gonna do it, I think 3 in the room and then 3 online until we've depleted our lists here. As a reminder, you get 3 minutes for comment and we will just politely ask you to wrap it up when we get to that time. And I think that is, oh, and for the members who arrived a few minutes late, there's lunch in the back. Parking permits are right there on the corner. So, in the back. So with that, I believe we start with Hannah. And yeah, if you stand right there, then our members of the public can also see and I believe hear you. So go ahead.
Great, let's try this out. Does mom voice work?
Aaron, can you let us know?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
My name is Hannah Holmes, and I really appreciate the opportunity to give public comment today, and I really appreciate the Grand Junction where I live, to make it easy. I've lived here in Grand Junction for about 17 years now, and for most of that time, I was learning as much as I could about local and Colorado River water issues as I ran the Hutchins Water Center here on campus. I'm not doing that anymore. I currently work for American Rivers, and we work to protect and restore rivers for people and nature. But it all kind of blends together to have created a really strong, both personal and professional investment in healthy rivers and healthy communities on the West Slope in particular, but for the whole state. So I really appreciate the time and effort that you all are putting into being on this task force. I know it's a really heavy lift. It's a lot of work to come trotting all around the state and to do what you're trying to do as fast as you're trying to do it. And I just want to urge you to make the most of this time you're spending together to develop proactive recommendations for how we as Coloradans can get by with less water. Whether that is from bad hydrology, which we've gotten really used to the last few years, or downstream obligations. I agree with, I think, many of you from what I've heard so far, that the problems with Powell and Meade are not our fault. It's mainly the lower basin. But I also know from having co-authored a report with Kelsey, your co-facilitator, a few years ago on Colorado experiences with other interstate compacts, that we don't always win our day in court. So I think we need to be prepared for actually having to address downstream obligations as well. So I really strongly believe that if we think ahead, we can develop more systematic ways of sharing water in times of need that maximize benefits for rivers and also minimize harm for agriculture and our communities. I'm afraid that if we just dig in and wait for a crisis, that we're going to see more permanent buy and dry of agricultural water rights, especially West Slope water rights, and that there will be no consideration for river health, which I think we already saw with the Drought releases out of Blue Mesa. So I do feel like, as many of your comments earlier reflected, as a state, we've done a great job of developing a lot of tools for protecting water users who contribute water to in-stream flows and other uses that avoid buy and dry and provide those multiple uses. But streams are still hurting, and I feel like our agricultural water uses are still vulnerable. So you have all the right people at the table to develop no regret solutions, and I just urge you to take that opportunity. Thank you so much. And I'm happy to follow up with some written materials back up.
Thank you, Hannah. We have Dawn Wiegand, and I'm just gonna blanketly apologize for any mispronunciations that I run into today, and then.
That's been dramatically correct.
Oh, wonderful.
We do.
And then, just, for your knowledge, Wendell Kuntz is on deck after Dawn. Dawn, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dawn again, and I'm here today because of the interest in Colorado's drought situation. I'm an East Coast transplant where water shortage was not a concern, living above a very large aquifer. And even when TA experienced severe drought, there was always plenty of water. Living here in the valley is an eye-opener for me. And I've been here just 4 years. And it's the eye-opener is how fast the water just disappears. In my small development, there seems to be no awareness of water scarcity as the lawn sprinklers seem to run day and night. Often often there's little streams of water running through the stone borders of each property, not enough to even enter the storm drainage. And puddles are just sitting there and evaporating. I became aware of this meeting from my involvement in Colorado's Canyons Association and Rivers Edge West. They're both involved in the public stewardship of our lands and the Colorado River. A few weeks back, I attended the drought and water panel discussion and flew to Colorado to gain some personal education. All of us here today have our own self-interest regarding water. For most, it's simply drinking water and food, the basics for survival. But none of these self-interests can be met without water. I would like to see that your recommendations include feedback from all Coloradans, ensuring the balance of everyone's needs: agriculture, recreation, fish and wildlife, and river health. I encourage you to work collaboratively and be bold to find solutions for what seems to be a hot and dry future. Please think about my community and the needs of all Colorados. The time to act, the time to act against drought is now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dawn. Now we have Wendell, and then after Wendell, we're going to move to a couple of online and then back to the room. So Wendell, are you present?
Right here.
Oh, sorry.
Can everybody hear me online? It's not a mom voice, but I'll do my best. I'm Wendell Coons, I'm the Delta County Commissioner. I also chair the Gunnison Basin Roundtable. The roundtable easily has 6 members here today. Kathleen Curdy is vice chair. I appreciate everybody's interest in this. And I do appreciate, as Hannah said, you guys' work on this. It's been brought up and the discussion here, a couple of things. One of which is infrastructure needs and funding for that. That is your biggest bang for the dollar. That is what our roundtable is continually pressed on, is how can we help these ditch companies that are aging infrastructure so they can be more efficient with their water. Second, and I believe it was Ms. Davis over here mentioned, unintended consequences. It seems like the West Slope has a lot of unintended consequences with urban legislation. So as you make your recommendations, I would ask that you guys really think about the unintended consequences that could happen. Third is a big ask. As you guys contemplate what you're doing here and the recommendations you're going to make to the legislature, I'd ask that you look at permit reform, both at a state and federal level. We have projects out there like the Puda Reservoir. How many years did it take for that thing to actually even get started? Almost 20 years. We're seeing that with all projects. Legislation comes out and it's the rulemaking that where the devil gets into the details, and we have a heck of a time implementing things in a timely manner. When it takes 2 decades, a generation, to make these projects happen, this is not a quick reform. This is not what we're looking for. So that would be my ask for the Drought Task Force, and I wish you guys the best. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendell. And now I'll ask my co-facilitators to recognize.
Right, so we've got Madison Muxworthy will be up first, and then
Yeah, so it looks like a couple people have made comments online, and so just to be clear, please just add your name if you'd like to make a comment, and we will allow you to do that verbally. So it sounds like right now we just have, was that Natalie? Is that the name, Natalie?
Madison.
Madison. Okay, so we will give you the opportunity to speak here as soon as we can find your name in the lineup.
Madison, we're gonna click allow to talk, and you can go ahead and accept. And you should have the ability to speak then.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Madison Muxworthy. I am the Soil Moisture, Water and Snow Program Manager at the Yampa Valley Sustainability Council, and I also serve as the environmental representative on the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable. And I'm speaking today on behalf of a project team working to develop a soil moisture and climate observation network in the Upper Yampa, which is led by the Center for Western Weather and Water Extremes in partnership with the Yampa Valley Sustainability Council and Colorado Mountain College, with critical support from the Colorado Water Conservation Board, the Colorado River District, and Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District. The current 20-year drought has created a new hydrology in the Colorado River Basin, for which our old calibrations are no longer providing the same results. Unusually low soil moisture is thought to be a key factor responsible for this lower than predicted runoff that we're seeing. And an example of this is in 2021, in the Yampa Basin, snowpack was 89% of median, but it only produced stream flows that were 30% of normal. Climate change has created greater soil moisture deficits due to increasing temperatures, earlier snowmelt, and increased evapotranspiration, and this trend is expected to continue. A key step in developing responses to future drought conditions must be to increase our understanding of the causes of changing water availability. Responding to more variability and change will require adaptive management tools based on our best available data. As you create and further recommendations to support Colorado in responding to drought, expanding the current initial efforts in soil moisture monitoring should be a key intrastate tool for Colorado to pursue. Our team, with generous support from the agencies I mentioned, is installing 9 permanent soil moisture and climate monitoring stations, which are reporting in real time to directly observe soil moisture and other hydrometeorological variables, and use this information to reduce uncertainty in seasonal snowmelt runoff predictions in the Upper Yampa Basin. We're also assisting NRCS in adding soil moisture sensors to existing snowtail stations in and around our basin. And a strategically placed robust network will enable us to develop analytical tools to better understand expected reservoir inflow by directly measuring one of the least accounted for reservoirs of water in our basin, which is soil moisture. And this is especially critical in Colorado, where we are at the whim of and have to live within our natural hydrology. Pre-winter estimates of soil moisture deficit can inform projections of spring snowmelt runoff and provide decision support systems to aid water managers and users in response to drought. We're happy to provide more information to the task force and encourage you to include expanding and strengthening Colorado's soil moisture monitoring efforts as a tool in your recommended actions. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Do we have another online participant who's asked?
Yes, all right, so next up we have John Coffey. You posted your comments into the Q&A, but we'll give you the chance to talk if you would like to talk. So we're gonna click on that allow to talk. If you'd like to speak, please go ahead and do so.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Hi, yes, I'm from the UFCW Local 135 out here in California, and I'm very concerned about the possible dead pool status. And my question is why not use the unused federal money to fight drought for cloud seeding in the billions of dollars? In Dubai, there was a drought, and they attempted to use cloud seeding to correct it, and it resulted in a flood in the Middle East. Cloud seeding is a proven science that frequently can fill a stadium with snow. And I see no reason to not invest in the billions of dollars to refill not just Lake Mead, but also Lake Powell. Also, I know that in April, President Biden approved of the farmers in California saving the same proportion of water as the farmers in Arizona. Why hasn't the Department of the Interior forced California farmers to do this? Those are the 2 questions.
All right, thank you so much. And we have one more right now for online, and then we'll switch back to into the room. All right, that's it for online. And so we can go back to.
All right, so we'll go back to the folks who are here in the room. We have Jim Marshall, who is up, and then Jordy Mather, who is on deck.
Okay, I don't have a mom voice, but hopefully it's loud enough. My name is Jim Marshall. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I'm a geologist and executive vice president of Raven Ridge Resources, a small consulting company here in town. We've been in business since 1988. I'm also co-chair of the Grand Junction Queen Tech Business Coalition. In addition, my wife and I recently bought a small Harvey farm, as my son likes to call it, We grow hay for sale and raise goats. Well, I have no doubt people all over our state are concerned about drought. It is something that resonates deeply here in Western Slope. Professionally, I've worked all over the world and seen in many countries where their water resources have become as valuable, if not more valuable, than their energy resources. I believe that will be the case here in Western Slope. It's clear the Colorado River Basin is facing a number of complex and ongoing threats related to increased drought, decreased flows, and increased demand. While I recognize determining the exact next steps is a challenge, I do believe inaction is no longer a choice if we want to protect our communities, our farmers and ranchers, our economy, the health of our rivers and wildlife. To put it in terms of dollars, inaction threatens our $47 billion agricultural industry and our $19 billion outdoor recreation industry. I understand today we'll be voting on adopting criteria for recommendations. Please ensure your recommendations improve river health, increase resiliency for fish and wildlife, protect our ability to grow local food, have ample and clean water and clean drinking water, while supplies also benefit rivers and reflect what you are hearing from the public here today. Thank you again for your time, and I encourage you to continue to work towards comprehensive, collaborative, and sustainable solutions.
Thank you. So now we have, and you'll tell us how to say your name properly, and then Joe Bernal, you are on deck.
Hi, my name is Jordy Matthews. I appreciate you having us here today. I am a third generation Coloradan, father, a husband, Grand Junction business owner and resident. I have a graphic and web design company called Mesa Design Co., and I'm as involved as I can be in conservation efforts within my city and state. Drought and growing demands for water in Colorado is a path towards catastrophic outcome. Our river is at a critical point where we must execute collaborative solutions to prepare for hotter, drier, and more variable conditions. For the past 2 decades, we've been managing our river in crisis mode, and it's time to shift towards management with greater stability and certainty in our water supply. And action will lead to greater divisions within our state and compromise our shared value. I've lived all over the country, and what brought me back to Colorado was that I wanted a place where my children to grow up. We could learn from and experience the natural world around them. As a family, we spend all of our free time in the outdoors, and we're so very fortunate to live in a place where our children have access to amazing river systems, lakes, and incredible geographic features. I'm here today because I want to do whatever I can to support decisions that will give my children and their children the opportunity to love and protect the environment and the resources that my family has for generations before me. I want to voice my support for your recommendations to include feedback from Coloradans, especially when it comes to balancing the needs across our state with river health, supporting increased resiliency for fish and wildlife to a hotter and drier future. Please think about the future generations of Coloradans as you work on these recommendations. Time to act on drought is now. Thank you very much.
Joe, you are up, and then do we have more online? Kelsey and Jordan, do we have more online? One more. Okay, so then we will go back to online and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Joe Bernal, and I want to first of all thank all of you who are serving on this task force. It's a huge commitment. And I especially want to thank those in the agricultural world who are serving on this task force, because it's a grueling schedule that was presented to you to bring out a result in such a short period of time, in such a tough time of the year. And again, I want to thank all of you. I want to think of, first of all, as the Hippocratic Oath says, doctors, first of all, do no harm. And as in the past, our legislature has brought legislation passed that has not helped the problem that some of the urban legislators believe that they needed to address. First of all, what we do in agriculture is we produce food. We produce food. It's our third primary need. And we feel it's important that we protect the water rights, the prior appropriation system, and the water rights as they have been, as how our businesses, how our communities, and how the state has grown. The state is appealing because of the way that the state is. Coming in and looking to change the state, divert water to other areas, focus on certain municipal growth areas instead of allowing the distribution of growth and citizens in Colorado to follow where the water already is. I'd like to ask you all to keep that in mind, and to also keep in mind that the second way I want to introduce myself, I am on the Grand Valley Water Use Association. I'm the chair. We have two of our board members here, and we have, in collaboration with Uncompahgre Water Use Association, we have some of the same interests that we would like to protect. Aging infrastructure is one of them. As the commissioner said, permitting changes so we can build new reservoirs, so we can use our water. We currently use about half of what our allocation of the Colorado River is, and the problem is downstream. It is with the communities they're using over the allocation of the Colorado River. I think it's important that we find out how we can use more of our water rights here in our state and develop our state the way it can be passed. And the realization by people who recreate on the rivers and streams that Colorado would not look anything like it does without agriculture and diversion of water and the distribution of water over so many acres and areas in our state. It would look like a desert with green stripes. And I'd like to ask that we consider that that agriculture is what it brings to our economy and what it brings to beauty in the state, and ask that you all would remember that we do no harm to Western Slope water and to ag water. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We have one person online that I'm aware of.
Yep, we got Callie Scritchland, and Callie, we're gonna go ahead and give you click the button to allow you to talk, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Callie.
All right, a great commercial, isn't it? All right. I'm Callie Scritchfield from Rio Blanco County. I work for the White River and Douglas Creek Conservation Districts. I serve on the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable as the Senate House appointment. And I grew up in the agriculture world. As I left our ranch, we had to sell our ranch over by Uravan in a pretty dry area over there. I made myself a promise I would do whatever I could do to keep those who are interested in continuing into ranching and farming that feeds this world. I would do what I could do to keep them on the land. So here I find myself in the conservation district world, and now neck deep in the water world, I guess you would say, because they have to have water in order to feed the rest of the world. So I guess I would restate the do no harm. It's challenging enough as it is, but I guess the one tool that I would like to focus on for today is storage. And there's multiple opportunities for that. So yes, as far as reservoirs within the state boundaries, I think that is something that we really have to spend. We need to turn our attention to and do more of that. Right here in Rio Blanco County, we are going through a process of looking at developing a reservoir. They've been 10 years working on it. And if they can get it built in the next 10 years, we'll be surprised. And so, as someone else stated earlier, we need to cut that red tape and all the permitting issues to be able to streamline that. The second one is, again, sitting here in the headwaters, is really looking at our forest health. I think that we need to turn a lot of focus to that and improve that forest health, because that is one of our greatest reservoirs that we've got. So I know CWCB is, putting some funding towards that, but let's focus on being proactive rather than reactive. So I guess I would just encourage that as some more in the way of tools to look at. But thank you, appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Callie. Do we have anyone else online? Looks like that's it for the moment. Online, as a reminder, you can put your name in Q&A. We have about 15 minutes remaining in public comment. John Evans here in the room, you are up. And Hattie Johnson, you are on deck.
Good afternoon, my name is John Evans, live in Grand Junction here, and I've been here 8 years. First moved to Colorado in the 60s, and after 4 different towns, I've ended up here. This is the last place I'm to stay. I think, well, let me back up a little bit. I've been concerned about water use since about the 80s. And in 94, I started working at the Drought Bank. I was hired as a facilities manager. We were building a lot of buildings. And I was in charge of that, or I was involved with that lead thing. And sustainability of the buildings was a big deal at the bank. And that meant that what we did, we created a green team, a very active green team. And we started, we wanted to reduce our resource use from water to gas to power to paper, reuse, repurpose, and all those things. And we gained a status with an international ISO 14001 program. It is a very special environmental program. You have to have an energy management system in place, and that you're audited every year for that. We ended up, what I want to get to is we ended up reducing water use among our banks. I actually been retired for a while, I don't remember the numbers exactly, but it was a considerable amount of water savings simply outside the building. Because that we knew then that's where the water use was going. It doesn't go down the toilets or the laboratories like it does outside. And we discovered that landscapers or the irrigators who handle our systems would overwater tremendously. And we had a lot of plant life that was water intensive, and we changed all that. So the whole point I'm getting at is we know the ag use, and there's a lot of comments about how to fix that. We're going to change that. That's it.
10 seconds.
I'm done.
10 seconds. Start wrapping it up.
So one thing I want to say, I think a statewide monthly newsletter to every citizen with an address talking about water consumption, how to measure it for yourself, and what we measure, we know we can reduce. And people I talk to have no idea what to do. I could go on, but thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Hattie, are you here in the room? You are up, and then I have a few folks whose names are crossed out, so I hope that was done by you. And then Scott, you're on deck.
Sorry. She looks different than last time I saw her.
Good afternoon. My name is Hattie Johnson. I'm a resident of the Royford Valley. I'm the Southern Rocky Stewardship Director for American Whitewater. And I'm also coming to you today as a partner of a family-owned and operated commercial rafting and fly fishing outfitter. I'm representing our nearly 7,000 members at American Whitewater, our 80,000 supporters, and mostly and most important, my family whose livelihood depends on the Hopi River. I'd like to start by thanking you all for your time and dedication in serving on this task force. And developing solutions that make our rivers and all those dependent on them more resilient to our diminished water supplies. Was really grateful for the direction you all discussed at the last task force meeting, to hear about real life impacts of drought and what we as individual water users need to be more resilient in the future. Without a specific seat for the outdoor recreation industry on the task force, I hope my comments today can shed light on those real world drought impacts. Like any water user industry that is represented here, recreational use is wholly dependent on our hydrology. Earlier starts to runoff, how many rivers with potable flows prior to the summer tourist and vacation season, increased wildfire frequency and magnitude, close river access during active fire, and then also result in ongoing closures with the mud and debris flows. And lastly, just the overall diminished annual flows shorten our boatable season. For example, during the height of the 2022 summer tourist season, there were 5 stretches of the upper Colorado River closed to fishing, and that was not isolated just to that river. Sections of the Eagle, the Roaring Fork, and the Yampa were also closed, and in 2021 we saw 0 CFS on the gauge of the Dolores River. For my family, these types of impacts have meant our typical 3.5 month season is shortened to 2.5 or 3 months, as we saw in 2021 and 2022 respectively. In those years, we not only lost a significant revenue being unable to sell our trips in our retail, our staff of 45 individuals were without work, and the restaurant across the street lost our people coming to buy coffee and donuts. On top of that, we were returning accounted income that money our guests had already paid to them, and they now had to make new plans for their summer vacation. To effectively and sustainably support river-based recreation, the industry needs some kind of predictability of the season, and consideration, collaboration, and most importantly, flexibility in water deliveries that benefit recreational uses during the boating season. I hope that in your work today and the very hard work you have ahead of you, you all include criteria that protects river recreation, the important industry that it supports. As many of you have mentioned in past meetings, we are already experiencing the painful impacts of reduced water supplies, and the time is now to develop solutions that are proactive in wet years, rapidly responsive in drier seasons, flexible to minimize or to maximize beneficial uses across all water uses and locally controlled. Thank you again for the opportunity to share my thoughts. Good work.
Thank you. All right, so we have, sorry, was that 3? Oh, I switched pages. Was that 3? Do you have somebody online? No, I think we have one more in person. Now it's 2 in person. So Scott, go ahead, and then if there is no one else online, then Jason, you are up next. If there's one online. Go ahead, Scott.
Great. Well, good afternoon. My name is Scott Braden. I live here in Mesa County. I'm the director of the Colorado Wildlands Project. While we focus on the conservation of wild public lands, healthy rivers and streams are an essential element contributing to the health and resilience of our public lands and the natural ecosystems they support. I'm also a shareholder in the Redlands Water and Power Company, and I use irrigation water drawn from the Gunnison River on my property. Finally, me and my family are recreational boaters. We've had the good fortune, now that our daughters are old enough that we can either bring them on the river or leave them at home with grandparents, to this year be able to raft on the Dolores, Colorado, Green, and Yampa rivers. Running rivers in the Colorado River system is an important recreational activity for my family, and some of our most cherished memories are from river trips with our friends and family. Thank you for serving on this task force and for confronting some of the truly hard problems that relate to the drought in the Colorado River system. I hope the task force will create a set of thoughtful recommendations that will provide for a healthier and sustainable river system. Water supplies are important, and critical sectors like agriculture and drinking water are important needs for our communities. But I also hope this task force will make recommendations that account for the health of the rivers themselves. Healthy rivers support more than just fish and boaters. They contribute in so many ways to the communities all over Western Colorado. I hope that the criteria for evaluation of the recommendations for this task force will give significant weight to river health and recreation. The stresses on our river system are here for the long term. Our warming climate is translating to a generally hotter and drier Intermountain West. We should be asking how the proposed recommendations will make our rivers more resilient in the face of expected diminished flows. Recommendations should find a way to balance the various consumptive uses like drinking water and food production with those of river health and recreation. It's clear that if we do nothing, scarcity in the Colorado River system will worsen over time. Yeah, we'll have good water years here and there like this year, but the trend line is frighteningly clear. I would encourage the task force to consider what new tools are needed to manage this precious resource in Colorado. You'll need to challenge old ways of thinking about water and be able to adapt to our emerging realities. So thanks for facing that reality. And getting this right is going to be really important for our future and for the future of our children in the West. Thanks.
Did we have anybody else on that?
We had Cindy Dozer who stated that she agreed and did not, with Callie Hendrickson and did not need any.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. Then Jason. Next on our list, great. And Jason is the last person I have signed up. And that may bring us almost exactly to our time. So well planned, everybody. Go ahead, Jason.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jason Nguyen. I am a city councilor for Grand Junction City Council. Been here like April. I apologize for not being prepared compared to some of those presenters, but thank you all for serving on this task force and tackling this broad and incredibly complex issue. And something I'd like to advocate for is basically with something as complex as water use in the West, I think it's important that we can take a holistic and comprehensive approach in how we kind of try and address that issue. I think we'll need kind of every tool in the toolbox and make sure that we have both emergency tools for when we are in drought and kind of implementing proactive policies that reduce water use intensity of our cities, our industry, that type of thing. I think say one industry or municipalities need to do the bulk of that heavy lifting is kind of short-sighted. I encourage the task force to look at things more collaboratively than that. And I think one of the benefits of having a strong toolbox of proactive tools is that you can maybe focus more on carrots instead of sticks. Which is a good thing about enacting policy. And so one of the things we've done at the city is use kind of market forces or market solutions. So as you use more water, you pay more for that additional increment of water that you use. So that's a really simple way that I think it promotes conservation, and it kind of drives the point home that water is incredibly precious in the Intermountain West, and will be only more so as the demands on that our resources grow and as the West continues to solidify. So that's all I have. Thanks for your work.
Thank you very much. Jason, that concludes any comments, any names that I had or that were submitted online. As a reminder, we do have a comment submission box on the website for the drought task force. If you do submit something that way, we're aggregating those and providing them to the task force members. So if you didn't have the opportunity today or aren't a verbal commenter, do feel free to do that on the website, and we'll make sure that those get shared with the task force members. All right, thank you, and welcome to Lisa Yellow Eagle. I'm glad you could join us. I know you were stuck in traffic, so welcome and take a deep breath. We're glad you. And thanks to everyone who made public comment. I think it really helped frame the idea that this is a unique moment in time, and that we have a chance to do something good and valuable.
Thank you for all those comments. A couple of logistical updates right now on our meeting locations and times. This meeting we have set aside to talk about intrastate issues. Next meeting is September 28th, and that will be in Granby at the Northern Water Center. We will start talking about interstate there. We'll finish up any intrastate things. We've got a presentation by the industrial water users. Jackie Brown is heading up on intrastate tools that they weren't quite ready for today. So we'll slot that in at the beginning of the meeting on September 28th. October 12th, we will be in Ignacio at the Southern Youth Indian Tribes Growth Fund building in Ignacio. We will hear a report from tribal water users there, and then we will also continue our discussion on interstate issues. We're hoping that Becky Mitchell can join us at that meeting to provide the perspective from our Upper Colorado River Commissioner and work with us on that discussion. Our next meeting, October 26th, we discussed moving to in-person, and we do have an invitation from Letitia Yazzie and the Mountain Youth Tribe to join them in Toyoak. So Letitia, I don't know if you want to give that invitation in person here.
Yes, and I put this out there at the beginning of all the meetings that we have a meeting in Toyoak. And the reason being is, you know, where the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe lies, one of the driest parts of Colorado. And, you know, to visually see where the reservation is situated, I think that would be a positive component for this task force. And also, you know, driving through Cortez and Montezuma Valley, and all those users in between would be very beneficial. So I'm extending that invitation, and I know I talked with Andy and Orla about possibly doing a tour to the farm and ranch in the morning. That is also.
Okay, so I'll run through the rest of the meetings, and then we can discuss that as a location for our October 26th meeting. November 9th is in Clement Springs at the Colorado Mountain College building, and that is available to us right from 9:30 to 4. So we had talked about having a longer meeting to really dig into the drafting of the recommendations and getting the report ready for editing and for the public to make comments on. November 16th is held if we need additional time for drafting, perhaps a virtual meeting. And Thursday, December 7th, we have the meeting time, but no location, right? Yes. So let me just open up the floor, reactions to Ms. Yazie's suggestion, and then Kelly. Yeah, Kelly, go ahead.
Or we can discuss the
Okay.
implementation first, that's fine.
All right. Any comments on that?
I just wanted to make sure that there was, we were, at one point, we were talking about the option of doing something hybrid for the formerly virtual meetings. I won't be able to go to October 26th meeting. My alternate will be doing it. I think he was expecting to be able to do it virtually. And so I just wanted to make sure that we had eliminated the hybrid option.
We do have that option, and I know we have Aaron who's hybrid today. Orla's going to be hybrid at a future meeting as well, so that is an option.
Thank you.
Okay, Andy, and then Randy.
You know, I think for a lot of people, Toyac may seem like it's out of the way. I think it's a really valuable place to meet and understand what our agriculture in Colorado looks like. It's the two tribes here are together, are individually our top agricultural producers on the West Slope. And I think it would be really valuable to have a meeting on that.
Randy, and then Lisa.
Yeah, I appreciate the invitation for the site tours. Those are always interesting. I would just suggest if we do a site tour that it's outside our meeting time, because our meeting times are pretty precious, you know, to get our work done Not to say that the tours are not valuable, I certainly think they would add to our considerations, but I would like to preserve the meeting time for meeting.
So a morning tour.
Yeah. Morning tour. Yeah, great, thank you. Lisa?
Oh, I would just want to throw my support towards the site, the meetings at Toyota. When I visited there for the first time last year, I did find it very eye-opening to see the landscape and the area that New Mountain has to work with and their water supply. I did think it was very eye-opening, so I think it would be beneficial to visit and be here.
And yes, I would just like to say thank you for the invitation, and I think it'd be great to have the meeting there. And I would personally love to do the tour and agree that we can do it outside the meeting time. Yes, Steve.
I would just add that if we do it in Toyota and we do the tour, I would hope everybody could attend the tour because the farm and ranches are really impressive out there.
Great, so maybe plan on coming the night before and touring in the morning. So any opposition? We will plan on that then, and thanks to Tisha for the insight. Kelsey, other updates?
Yes, so we finally received an update from the Office of Legislative Legal Services. And their update was, we're not going to write anything down for you. So here's some nice gray area. So basically, they felt uncomfortable making a firm recommendation, but felt uncomfortable giving us permission to move forward with accepting outside donations. However, in consultation with the chair and with Speaker McCluskey, we were able to kind of come to some potential alternatives for continuing to support our meetings financially in person. The biggest way to provide donations to the task force that is acceptable is to not submit a reimbursement request. So if you have that capability, that's appreciated, and that extends our ability to meet in person. If you need to, you absolutely can submit a reimbursement request for travel, and that's actually where we can borrow money from in the budget in order to support that. And then that also, if we find that we are getting close to the end of our budget with travel reimbursement requests, there is an additional pool of money that we could potentially have access to support that. So it's in travel reimbursement requests that we can make our dreams come true. And let's see, the last part of that is, so what we have done is, as you requested in the last meeting, we front loaded the in-person meetings, shifting to meeting in Granby and shifting the October, we'll move forward and moving the October 26th meeting down to Toyac. And then one of the other things that we request is the state did ask for a reimbursement deadline. So if you are going to make a travel reimbursement request, please do so by the 20th of the following month. That way we can keep track of how much money we have and how much money we are able to use going forward for travel reimbursement, and how much, if we do need to ask for more money, how much we'll need to ask. So for instance, for the August 10th meeting, if you were planning on asking for travel reimbursement, please do so by the 20th of this month. And I know that's getting close. So if you are a little over on this first month, since we just received this deadline, that's totally fine. But that will help us keep track of our funding so that we can continue to make the meetings in person happen.
Thank you.
Jill,
Yeah, go ahead.
for your planning purposes, is it helpful for those of us that don't need to ask for reimbursement to let you know
Yes.
ahead of time?
Yes.
Okay.
So privately, I don't want to put anyone on the spot, so.
Kelly.
And just going back to the agenda, I did just want to raise, one concern I had, and I had raised at the last meeting, and that's, I had mentioned that both Amy Ostick, who of course is section chief of the interstate section for CWCB, and then Commissioner Mitchell are going to be out of the country on that September 28th date. And so I'm just a little bit concerned about starting off talking about interstate pools without them available for that discussion. And so again, I would just ask the task force to consider adjusting the schedule so that we can start that interstate pools discussion when they're back in the country.
We had some conversations with the Attorney General's office, and I don't know if we've been able to touch bases with Becky yet or not about the possibility of getting started on that and then doing the bulk of it on the 28th when or on the 26th. Yeah, October 20. No, the 12th, October 12th, when hopefully she can join the group. And they felt like that was a good compromise if we get far enough on the intrastate and want to get started on interstate.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in communication with both Commissioner Mitchell and the Attorney General's office on it, so I'm not sure.
And how would you propose switching the agenda?
I mean, let's see, let's take a look. I know I mentioned, maybe we could start the discussion on the 12th. Continue it on the following meeting.
Yes.
I mean, we have a lot on the spreadsheet today. There's a possibility where we're gonna need all of the day on the 28th anyway to get through it. So maybe we should talk about it at the end of the day and see where we're at and just see how much wrap up we have to. I mean, I agree. I think all the players should be at the table because we're making big decisions for the state of Colorado, and it's important to have everybody there, but maybe it's a non-issue by the time we weed through some of this.
Maybe, and it will likely be more than a one meeting discussion on interstate as well. All right, so we will put that on the tab to check in at the end of the meeting. Thanks for bringing that forward. All right, we have next on our agenda is the report from the sub-task force, and after that we'll move our break up and take about a 10-minute break and then jump into these interstate tools criteria.
So I'll go ahead and start. We had our sub-task force meeting on Tuesday, September 12th. And we did actually have to use a good portion of the meeting for process as we did for the drought task force. So we set up our schedule for the rest of 2023 and decided on our meeting dates. I can list those out for you. That's October 11th in Durango, October 23rd in Toyac, October 30th in Ignacio. And then we have December 29th and, September 29th and December 8th will be either virtual or we'll decide on a in-person location. We've built public comment periods into the October 23rd and 30th meetings. And I assume we'll do so for the other meetings as well, but we put specifically built in those comment periods for those two specific meetings because they're going to be held in Ignacio and Toyac, and we wanted to make sure that we had time for tribal members to participate. And then we discussed purpose of the sub-task force and issues that the sub-task force should be focusing on. We talked about challenges the tribes have, and in developing water, but also in participating in conservation programs. And we talked about the type of support the tribes would need in order to participate or in order to move forward with water development, and whether any of those issues would be policy addressed by policy or by technical assistance or funding in some way. And we brought all these issues up and we discussed them, but of course we're going to go back to all of them and talk about these issues in depth. So that's what we'll be focusing on for future meetings. And then as a group, we, the two tribes, Letitia for Ute Mountain and myself for Southern Ute, provided an overview of the Colorado Ute water settlements and the challenges faced by both tribes in implementing that water settlement. And that was provided for everyone to have the same basic information, and also for anyone who is watching via Zoom to also have that information and help prepare them for future comment periods. So I thought this week, the sub-task force meeting was a good jumping off point for us, and I will hand it over to the Letitia to add anything in.
Yeah, and we set the agenda for the next meeting, which I wasn't present for. And, maybe Lisa will be able to send that out, but having this Commissioner Mitchell there and Steve and Celine Hawkins from PNC really able to, you know, just lay out the real issues, tribal issues, and, you know, lead into the next meetings of where the discussion are going to go is very helpful. So that's all I have to add. And I'm gonna add a PowerPoint that I presented to the Colorado Water and Ag Committee on Tuesday. So if you want to have extra time for reading, you can look at that too.
Any questions for the sub-task force? Yes.
I was out of the country, or felt like I was out of the country. I was on a river trip, but can we watch the meeting if we want? I'd like to learn more about the settlement.
I believe they are put on the website. Is that what you?
Yes, they're gonna be uploaded onto the website.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and the PowerPoint that I put together will also be uploaded onto the.
It actually might already be up there.
They're already up there.
Oh, it might be. I haven't checked yet today. They were on top of it.
Thank you. Yeah, Steve.
And I would just add, I would pay compliments to both Lisa and Letitia for coming prepared with that good background on tribal water rights and tribal needs. It was very helpful. It's a really good jumping off point. Thank you for doing that.
Any other comments or questions?
Real quickly, we put together based on once we got the sub task force, once we got the sub task force dates, meeting dates, we added them to that original, timeline framework. Thank you. So we can send this out to everyone. We just got this last night, put together, but it has the list of all of the meetings going forward. We'll update it with the Toyac location for the October 26th meeting. And then we did update once we found out the room was available for November 9th, we updated the dates there. The little icon indicates that there's public comment period, but now this has all of our meeting times and dates and locations except, bless you, the December 7th meeting, which we will move forward with planning in person.
So the intention is to put this on the website. Yeah, I'm sure all of you, so hopefully you have a good reference.
Great. So we'll leave this up during break. Let's take a 10-minute break and we'll start right at 1:45.
Jackie wants to go home.
She wants to get back on that highway between Maker and Rifle, yeah.
Comes out one way or the other, right? Yeah. You don't.
All right.
I don't know if I can bring you off.
And we've had many comments from the audience that it is very difficult to hear back there. So the sound in this room apparently doesn't travel beyond the first row. So we will try to speak up and wave your hands or holler if you can't hear us. Next up on the agenda is revisiting the draft criteria for evaluation. Siobhan is passing that out. It also was Kelsey sent it out in an email prior to this meeting. There are, I think, the first 4 of those are ones that we added as a task force. The rest of those criteria also were brought up from the task force, but they are specified clearly in the legislation. So I'm just going to open up the floor and see if people have comments on that, if there are other criteria that you think are important. And as you recall, the plan is, as we come up with recommendations, this will be our checklist. Does it do all of these things? We did have several people on our public comments this morning reiterate that do no harm piece. So that was a good addition to the criteria. Being proactive was brought up by a lot of the speakers today in the public session as well. So take a look at those. I do think we need to formally adopt these as a task force so that we can use those to gauge our recommendations on when we get to writing our draft report.
Cool. Yeah. Number 3, I don't know that we can proactively address all the impacts of drought. Is that a necessary word? Because we're kind of reacting to it right now.
So are you suggesting getting rid of number 3?
I mean, I just don't, yeah, we can strike the whole thing or just make sure that. I don't know that that one's necessary, but. Or if it is, we should maybe build it out to something a little bit more specific,
more meaningful. I know there were several speakers or commenters today who were making the point that we shouldn't wait until we're completely out of water. So maybe that's what it meant. Other reactions to number 3 on the criteria?
I'd be curious in what building it out might look like for you, Jackie. I like having proactive in here, at least from my ag lens of how can we be on our toes to the greatest extent possible, knowing we are already moving. I don't want to split hairs around it, but
right,
you know, I would be curious what would make you feel good about having it in there and the way that could keep the proactive nature is already pretty broad.
yeah, I guess. It just seems so broad that I'm not sure how you apply to it, that, you know, a lot of the things that we're doing, we're reacting to the fact that we already don't have enough water. I guess. Yeah, it just seems a little redundant to me, but we can keep it in. I don't, certainly not the hill I will die on.
I think it does kind of address, you know, our need for additional storage and stuff within the state, you know. Yes.
Okay.
Do you change the word from address to analyze, or, I mean, is it a wording change?
I'd actually like to take a step back a little bit and just talk about the criteria. I mean, in our last meeting, we talked about developing guiding principles. And I think that discussion was a little bit of a surprise to some people. And then they were described as like a holistic umbrella that was going to guide our discussions. And then during that discussion, we also talked about how the work we're doing is grounded in the statute, and that our purpose is laid out there, and there's all sorts of criteria in the statute. So the document we have today, and there's a few new versions here that we're just seeing now, there's criteria to evaluate individual tools rather than guiding principles. And there's a whole new set of questions that are being added. And then I just feel like a lot of time was dedicated to creating the statute, and people deliberated over every word in the statute. And I'm concerned about how much time we're spending as a task force on a document that feels like it's trying to rewrite the statute. Many of the versions follow the statute, but some aren't exactly the same, and then several others aren't referenced. And then some new things are popping up today, and you know, for some examples, like something that falls outside, at least I think falls outside the purview of the task force is, you know, evaluating whether there's political will to do something. I mean, I think that's a question for the legislators, that, you know, we can make a recommendation and they can decide whether there's political will. There's other things that we need to address or evaluate, like we need to evaluate funding, but I don't think it's a criteria for eliminating something. And a lot of what we talked about today and a lot of what's on that spreadsheet needs a lot of funding. I mean, I think that's a common theme throughout all those tools that we're looking for. So I just think we have to really think about, you know, what the purpose of the criteria is. I also think there's some redundancy, like question 13 talks about state engineer authority that comes from the statute, but it's not quite exactly the same. 14 seems to repeat that. Yeah, so I think we have the criteria we need. I mean, honestly, I think it's in the statute. It's in 4A, right? We need to come up with recommendations for potential state legislation, and, you know, that would provide tools to all of us and all the people listed in there that help us address drought, interstate commitments through demand reduction programs. I mean, I think, you know, we should move on and talk to about the tool spreadsheet. That's really where I'm at.
Okay. All right. And I think the questions were meant as sort of a clarification of what's in there. The criteria, I think, do follow the statute, the 1 through 14 on the front page, with the addition of.
Well, there's some additions, right? So 1 through 4,
1 through 4 are
and then, like, for example, if you look at like number 9, it's not quite the same, you know, so this says specify roles, the statute says provide tools. So, you know, it's just, I question if it's a good use of our time. Okay. You know, time is precious.
It's fair. Other observations? Yeah.
I guess I would agree with Orla generally, but I guess I took it from a different approach in that to me, this is going to stimulate conversation and we're there. So let's go and not worry so much about checking this box and that box.
Okay. Do we want to, with the correction of making sure that what is listed on here echoes exactly what's written in the statute, adopt these as criteria?
Are we adopting the questions too, which is another question?
No, yeah, go ahead.
The questions were never meant to be adopted. My apologies for that. The questions were when we were reviewing both the notes and taking notes in the last meeting. Those were things that I was hearing you all ask. So it was never meant to be any sort of guiding. It was meant to be discussion questions that were doing this. So my apologies for that.
Generally, I agree with Orla, because I think we could redline this thing all day long.
Yeah. Right.
And if we're gonna do that, fine, I can have comments or get rid of it.
All right, Andy.
I would just be in favor for the suggestion. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I think the statute gives us our criteria, gives us our direction. I think we should follow the statute. That we were established by the legislature to do that. So I think the conversation's been reasonably good. I think we should move on. And in fact, I would turn that into a motion that I move to not adopt any governing criteria other than our statute, and that we proceed with the business of the county.
Okay, second. All right, so we have a motion and a second. We will use what is written as a statute as our criteria. And judge our recommendations by that. All those in favor?
I have
Discussion.
discussion.
Yes. Go ahead, yes.
I think we should keep one, do no harm. I think that should be the guiding light of this, if we do nothing else from this criteria. With that,
I think that might be difficult to define, like harm to who or to what? Are we not going to harm the environment with any recommendations? Are we not going to harm the agricultural community with any? Are we not going to harm the municipalities or just? I think everyone here is here operating in good faith to find collaborative, consensus-driven solutions. So I'm not too worried about the idea that we will do harm, but I think that criteria is very big. So I get the sentiment, but I wouldn't want to. That would be my thought.
I would agree with Alex on that one.
Okay.
And just discussion, if we do vote to lean on the statute as the guiding criteria, I think we still need to constantly be gut checking items on this list. And I think we will do that. I just want to have that on the record. We're not gonna stop asking ourselves how to do no harm, even if we don't formally adopt.
Good point. And I think the prioritize the needs of Coloradans that came up at our meeting in Aurora, thinking about, we really want to keep the focus of the upper basin, and then that realization that the lower basin has some work to do before we adopt a lot of recommendations in the upper basin in Colorado. So that Kate, the way you presented it, I think is good. It's sort of a gut check sheet. We have a motion on the floor to use the statute as our criteria and adopt no others. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
We leave it as we had desire to do an official count.
Is over here, Aaron.
And
Would
Aaron?
you like me to raise my hand? I don't know if you can see me or not.
No, but your verbal hand is good. Okay.
Hi, okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Any opposed? Right, and any abstaining? All right, that is adopted, and thanks for that discussion. All right, now we have our heavy lifting work of the day, which is the intrastate tools. So lots of folks sent in ideas. Jordan and his team put those into a spreadsheet, which you all have electronically. I took the liberty of translating the spreadsheet.
She doesn't have your summary. that you did.
What's it?
She doesn't have the
Oh.
copies, your summary.
Okay.
You got it good.
Yes. There you go. Yeah. So the summary that I did is a way to put the tools together by topic that were identified as they came in, and Jordan and his team put those through. There's also a sort of a cross-reference that is a much shorter way to look at the tools that are out there. So open to suggestions on how you want to go through those. I suggest that we might be able to just take them by topic area listed. For example, the first one is storage. Remembering that our purpose is to provide recommendations for potential legislation. So as we look at the tools, that is what we should be thinking of. Is legislation needed? And what might that look like? One of these, any initial thoughts on that?
Procedural question.
Yeah, Alex.
When I was looking at this list, it wasn't necessarily clear under some of the suggestions what the tool is. Some of the tools are clear, and some of them are sort of broad categories, like storage, to provide supply and flexibility for augmentation plans. That may be a bad example, but I guess I'm wondering if we are looking at these and going to add to this list and refine or clarify these and add to them? Is that what you'd like to do?
I think so, yeah, and maybe people who put them on the list can clarify what they meant by that. We can look holistically at storage and say, what might the task force recommend in the area of storage, knowing that these are some tools that are either already out there or have been proposed.
Yeah, if I might, so for example, the tools around storage might be. The people have discussed a lot about permitting processes and how to streamline permitting processes, so the legislature might look at a way to streamline the process, right?
Right.
Or how to incentivize the building of storage. Or incentivize or facilitate legislation to facilitate the sharing of existing storage. So that's kind of the adjectives I think that or verbs that we need to add to this.
So as a point of process, the just making sure that we just wanted to stop or make it more efficient, so we're not brainstorming as part of this time, and that we have sort of an organized brainstorm to then react to refine, etc. was the intention of this document or asking for that. I can pull it up in the Skype for you if you like.
Yeah.
Okay. Just share my name.
I think on the storage, maybe I can provide a couple of concrete examples and ideas that maybe would lead to what Alex is talking about in terms of an actual tool. We have utilized 3 buckets of water on the West Slope since 2018 in ways that I don't think were envisioned when the proponents, including our district, created them. And when I say we, it was us and our partners in these reservoirs, it's just us. But we have, in the AMPA, with Tri-State and some other partners, we have tried to figure out ways, the Colorado Water Trust, how to release water during really dry, hot periods of time for a couple of purposes. One is enhance the habitat, the fish habitat that's really important in the river. The other was to keep the call off the river so that our agricultural families could produce hay and have water for their cattle during really dry, hot periods of time. And we ran into some inflexibility. Now, I will say Kevin was really helpful in working through it, but we ran into some issues where we were trying to fit a little bit of an oval shaped peg in a round hole. Wasn't quite square, but it required some creativity by our teams as the owners of the water right, some willingness to work with us from the division engineer and the state engineer's office and the AG's office. It didn't go very smoothly, and so initially, I think we reached a place where most of it is doable. But for instance, we have a water right that our district applied for and received a decree for that says that we have the ability to enhance, I'm not going to get the exact word of the decree wrong, but enhance flows in the river. Well, Tri-State bought a bunch of that water from us at one point, and they were trying to make a deal with the Colorado Water Trust to add that water to the stream for that purpose. And the division engineer up in Division 6 said, the Water Conservation District can do that because of their statutory authority. We don't think Tri-State can. And I don't think it should make a difference as to whether it's a private entity or a public entity that is trying to help the river and get that water into the river. And so there's a need for some way to allow buckets of water, and we've got Wolford Mountain Reservoir, we've got water up in Rudai that we have done similar things with, and it's water that was I shouldn't say all, it was mainly decreed with the idea that we were going to use it for impacts related to or consumption related to either agriculture or oil and gas development or oil shale development, and we're essentially repurposing it to keep the streams alive, keep our ag industry thriving, At Rudai, us and a bunch of partners will send water from Rudai down to the power plant in Palisade here. And then it gets then dumped into the 15-mile reach, and it provides huge benefits for the endangered fish. But while we're doing that, we're actually providing cool water in the frying pan and the Roaring Fork to keep fishing alive and keep fishing restrictions off, so that our recreational commercial fishing operations can exist. It fits loosely within the decree purposes of the water right, but it's a stretch. I mean, it is, and so how do we make that easier? Are there ways that we can recommend to our legislature to help us with these? Those are drought response tools, really important to our communities, really important to our ag industry. And we don't want to have a conflict every time we try to do it, right? I mean, I don't think any of us.
Can I share a thought on that? Jump in. And I'm glad you brought that up, because it helps me zoom out and articulate some of my thoughts, because, and I just don't want to repeat what you said, so I'll be careful about that, but it helps me think a little bit about what we're seeing from all of our responses on tools, which to me can get ambiguous. Tools can mean a lot of things. And I think of it a little differently, but it helps me, what you're talking about, there are strategies, and I see a lot of strategies on here. And then tools are how we can implement those strategies. Like the strategy is, you're an organization that's in touch with your water users and know the needs and the issues. And you also have literally water resources available. And you said, well, it fits within the decree kind of. So what tool, to me, the tool is the mechanism by which we can connect the two, the strategy with water available in the uncertain decree, and maybe decide ahead of time, here's how we can use this water. So, sorry, make that point a little bit better, so that you have something not necessarily through the water court or something, but something more solid, so you're not going to the division engineer and saying, here's what we'd like to do, and she's saying, whoa, let me look at that, because it's on short notice. So to me, the tool is the mechanism that creates that.
So is that legislation that gives the division engineer a little more flexibility, or is that legislation that gives districts more flexibility? It's, somewhere needs to be more ability for, because I think the state division engineers are very concerned about, what does this decree say? We need to follow this legal document. And if it doesn't give us permission to do X, if that's outside of this document, we're going to be concerned about doing that. So
that's a good question. I'll let you respond, but something more formal than, the division engineer saying one day that sounds good,
right.
Something less formal than statute, whereby Andy and Aaron could agree ahead of time, this works. We believe it's consistent with the decree and the statute.
It's something like that, although I think perhaps on a broader scale, we've got little buckets of water all around, and what I heard from a number of our ag producers here, and I've also heard from my own board and others, is we really believe there is a need for additional high mountain storage to help adapt to climate change and the change in the hydrologic cycle that we've seen, because so many of our ag users are direct diverters off the ditches, and our streams are really suffering from that late season dry period where if we had some water, we could help that. And my thought is there a statutory mechanism to direct, and I think it has to be in the end, let me say, in the end, it has to be the state engineer who maintains the approval authority and agreement that, hey, this is being used within the allowable purposes of the decreed use. But is there a statute that could be drafted that could encourage the flexible use of that water for drought mitigation purposes? And because I think sometimes Kevin feels hamstrung and his team feels like, we understand what you're trying to do is really good, but boy, we don't read our authority to allow you to do that. And we had to, at one point, because we hadn't reached an agreement, we just let water out thinking, well, we'll get paper filled. We may not be able to have a full reservoir next year, but we'll try to do it. We've worked with each other through these things, but it's hard, right? I mean, it involved lots of people and lots of energy to figure out one-off solutions. And is there a better, broader way to do that?
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if this, like that idea, I think will, like, how do we define storage if you can prove, that it's not gonna be expanding, who cares what you use it for, right? Is one thing, right? Might be a way of looking at storage decrease slightly differently than direct flow diversions or other diversions. It would need to be talked through, right? I don't think this group has the time to dig, but that might be a suggestion to explore. How can we look at previously stored water to provide maximum flexibility for that water? I think, we were talking about decrease and beneficial use, the definition of beneficial use, and if water's already been diverted from the stream, the impact to the stream is already done. So in some degree, what do you care what happens to that water, right? As long as they don't continue to divert. But I know Kevin might not agree with that, right?
And this is getting pretty esoteric.
Yeah.
What we're circling around is maybe if there will be no expansion of use, there's no paper fill or something wrong.
Yeah, Mike's got a comment here too.
Kyle.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. This is, because water storage is probably one of my top ideas of a tool. Currently in the Yampa Basin, ag has no water storage. Unless we want to pony up the money and lease from the Colorado River District. So
way too much.
what, yeah, he said it, but it's true. So what's so important with what happened there was I was a producer that got shut off because of that. And ironically, because of the drought and because of some of that year, I had to buy hay from the outfit to put the call on the river. So not only did it bite me in the ass, but it hit me on the head too. So when they told me that they were going to do that, that is key. But I think there's some ways we could work around that with some like water sharing agreements that are put in place that can be implemented on a very quick basis. And I think that's not really a tool that's listed in here, but it needs to be.
Yeah. You don't understand what case you're talking about, what case those would come into play.
Pace?
Well, in what situation? We're coming to play in water sharing agreements that are arrived upon ahead of.
Maybe an administration call or.
There is, under WS one, a water sharing agreement guidance suggestion. I don't know if you notice that one.
That
That
would
gets
be-
to, if that gets to your point.
Yeah, and I think that would kind of where I was alluding to.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Garrett.
It's. Speaking of storage, there's an example I'm gonna talk about on the tributary to the Ocompagre River. It was a proposed reservoir on Cow Creek called Ramshorn that has been shot down again. And there was actually a diversion of Cow Creek to divert water from Cow Creek into Ridgeway Reservoir, which Andy knows a lot about. My frustration is how do we make it easier to get some of these projects pushed through? I mean, is there anything we can do with the legislature to try to get more of this, get the ball rolling easier, or there's several of these projects out there, but none of them have ever taken off, and I don't know.
And knowing that storage is so critical, we need a fast track process.
Yes.
It really should be. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We also can't skip steps,
Oh, I totally understand that.
And we have to think, and there were a lot of
Yeah.
environmental considerations around that. particular
Yeah,
reservoir.
and there's federal
And an
and,
in-stream flow.
yeah, and all that, but
So.
is there a way that the state can come up with a fast track, almost have, like an but I can never say that way, thank you. Shepherd the permitting process to help get through all those hoops.
And do some things in parallel, because I mean, every permit I've been through, it's like, okay, first you have to do A, then you have to do B, and then you have to do C. It's like, why can't you be working on this at the same time and fast track it? Yeah, Kelly.
Maybe I can respond to that just a little bit. In my role with DNR, part of what I do is I work with our agencies on water supply project permitting. And a few years ago, there was a whole lean permitting process discussion that went on, and out of that came the water supply permitting handbook. And I mean, one thing that we've done is we've made sure that DNR and its agencies are coordinating alongside the water quality control division with 401 certification. Of course, we're also cooperating agencies with participated with cooperating agency with the federal agencies that lead the federal permit process. So obviously our state legislature wouldn't have control over federal processes, but we definitely went through this exercise and tried to make some improvements, and I feel like we have. At least I've experienced that in my 2.5 years at the state working across our departments and agencies. So hopefully that's helped. I still appreciate it is a long process to build a new water storage project. But of course, as Orla noted, part of that is making sure that we are accounting for the trade-offs and potential impacts to the environment, downstream communities, other water users, etc.
So it feels like there's a couple of things on the table. One is this more flexibility for stored water and the use of that. And the other is more storage and permitting and other things that are associated with that. Yeah, Alex and Orla, and then Kyle.
I was just gonna say, in the context of do no harm, streamlining permitting, and believe me, we are involved in permitting and we want to build water storage projects, but we also want to do it with minimal harm to the environment. So streamlining has to consider those voices that are not always at the table. And just because you streamline it doesn't mean that you get to build something at that location, right? So I think it's important to be clear on expectations about what streamlining permitting will get us, because I think you guys have done a lot in terms of making the process more efficient. But my suggestion is to also focus on existing storage and how do we make existing storage space more available to other users, right? We should be able to share reservoir space as easily as the owners of those reservoirs want to share it, right? So you have a reservoir and your water rights, for example, I'm not saying that, we have a reservoir this year which has a hole in it. We're not going to be able to fill it this year. If there were someone else who could use that space, I don't know if there is or not, we didn't want it, but it would be great to be able to do that fairly easily. And again, it kind of goes to the water rights and the water rights administration piece. How do we set up a system that allows maximum utilization of the storage space? This.
Yeah, and I was gonna say something similar, going back to the example that was provided of what Andy was originally saying is, if we have more flexibility on the existing storage, it may alleviate some of the other needs. So if there's more flexibility about the reservoirs that exist, you can service more of the water users. And you may not need new infrastructure, and that's also quicker and cheaper, more efficient and effective for everyone.
I'm not,
Oh,
if I can get in the queue for whenever's appropriate, it's hard to, I have my hand raised, but I know no one can see it.
Sorry, no, go ahead, Aaron.
It's brief. I just wanted to agree. I mean, we're talking about two different subjects. I like the idea, and it probably needs some more refinement, but for this group to think about and maybe propose something related to flexibility of stored water. There's a couple of different elements. Andy talked about it, and then also what I think Alex mentioned as well about the ability to store in use space in other reservoirs, and also flexibility in releases for various purposes. So I just wanted to lend my voice and say I agree that that's a topic that I think we should focus on, and also curious to think about how or if that addresses some of the issues, recognizing that additional infrastructure, storage and otherwise, will probably be necessary, and curious to understand what role the state could play, recognizing I think a lot of those delays are potentially federal. Thanks.
Thank you. Kyle and then Lee.
I won't repeat what's said, but I agree. I just think this lends itself and has to go down a path that has notice and has public input. Because this flexibility is great, but there are consequences. If you're sitting on the stream, and I disagree with Alex, if you're sitting on the stream with another water right, and you put a bigger hole in that reservoir this year, when it's maybe drier, and then we go into a very dry winter, you may not get any water next year because that reservoir now takes longer to fill up. It's on the river longer, and you're not gonna like that release was made for, maybe a flexible purpose, unless you've had the ability to weigh in on that beforehand. And again, going to proactive solutions, get this stuff in place prior to meeting.
Great.
So I would like to lend my support to what Kyle just said, and specifically the idea that if you have programs in place before you have a problem, then you're more likely to be able to solve the problem. I did want to make note of, in the packet that we got, I want to thank Kevin and his staff for putting together that little primer on tools that already exist. And I think that we need to make, be cognizant of that as we start to talk. Specifically, I started going through the list of those existing tools. Annie, you made reference to the conservation program for districts, and Tri-State wasn't able to utilize that because it's limited to districts, and I was involved in the arguments that led to what we finally successfully passed, which was limited to the districts and governmental entities. And so I know how hard those discussions are. But there's also, as we talk about the reservoir stuff, we Title 3787 101 the 125. Kevin pointed out, these are your reservoir, the abilities to utilize reservoir. If they're a place that you can build something into that takes care of those, gives you some emergency authorities. There's an emergency provision in here, different things that you do to say, well, let's tinker with that, as opposed to say, oh, we just have this big problem and we just need more flexibility. Well, where are you going to put it? Put it in here. We've got actually, I will, my experience over a lot of years, even more than Kyle's, is that one of the beautiful things about our system is that we've been able to adapt to circumstances, but you got to do it in a way that addresses the big problem. I heard a lot at the last Water Resources and Ag Review Committee about people being afraid of things and that they have fears about things. Well, start messing with this stuff. I've already got an invite from the Colorado Ag Water group, to come talk to them about. They're very concerned about people undermining the prior appropriation system with all these creative solutions. I think if we can focus on a system that is adaptable, and the number of titles that's in Title 37 shows just how adaptable it is, and start working with those and say, where can we, here's what people expect now. Where can we tinker? Where can, what can we play? It won't be easy conversation, I can tell you right now. I've been through a lot of, and they were all ugly. And I can, we used to know exactly who was going to be in my face yelling at me. Some of them have moved on. That's a good thing. But there are others. So anyway, I wanted to point out, as we look at this, please look at Kevin's materials, because I think those are important. And think about, okay, storage. Well, what are the rules of the road now for storage? What do we have? And quite honestly, every once in a while, I go and I go, hey, what if we do X? And I start rooting around in the statute. So, okay, enough. Sorry.
Thanks, please. Kelly.
Thanks. So this is the second time in the meeting. It may not be the last, and I speak for the state engineer. And I do just want to highlight that his dam safety team was able to secure significant funding, both from federal funding sources and then also through the CWC projects bill to do that. And I'm forgetting what it's called, Kevin.
Comprehensive plan.
Comprehensive. No, yeah, Jason. Thank you. And I just want to highlight that as an example of like one tool that, you know, we were able to do, initially come up with as an administration, but then, you know, certainly it secured the support of the legislature. We got the project bill passed where they are able to sorry, I'm going to butcher this. So apologies, Jason, but you're able to more precisely predict the dam safety needs. So there's a lot of, as we know, a lot of high altitude storage projects we have on this side of the divide. They're aging, they need to be repaired. Those repairs can be incredibly expensive, but the more we can refine our tools for predicting how those need to be prepared, we can do that more cost effectively. And so I don't know that there's a need for additional legislation around this, but I did want to point that out, especially in keeping with the theme of addressing aging infrastructure. And I think that's so true for a lot of the storage buckets that we have, particularly here, I guess throughout the mountains, but especially here on the West Slope. Also, I know I mentioned this at the start of today's meeting, but improving how we measure water and looking at it in all of its dimensions, improving soil moisture data, including our snow data, improving our snow data, that helps us make more refined decisions about how we manage our reservoirs, and we can actually optimize the storage in such a cost-effective way.
Andy.
If we're moving on to a tool for aging infrastructure, which I think Kelly tipped on, and I bring it up in context of water storage. Kelly's exactly right. We have a tremendous number of buckets, existing storage facilities that I'm familiar with on the West Slope. There may be as many or more on the front. We are running into a problem with the funding on those, and we heard from some members of the public as well as members of our task force earlier about this, that it's really hard to find the funding for that. And I would particularly identify the water plan grant program, which I think is a phenomenal program, but it specifically does not fund aging infrastructure. And, we as a water community and we as, I would just say, interested parties have helped funnel a whole lot of money into that water plan grant program through the legislature and through DD and other places. And that's great. But we're missing a whole segment of opportunities where we've got all these aging infrastructure, which Orly, you're 100% correct. Better to rehab what we have and use what we have than to go build a new one, right? It's way cheaper, it's way easier. But I'm thinking about, all over the Grand Mesa. I'm thinking about in the Gunnison Valley, up in the Yampa, there are aging structures that we need to repair that we can't find money for. And, my district tries, we got a whopping $4 million a year grant program. Doesn't do a whole lot in terms of aging infrastructure when you're talking about reservoirs. And so it would be my recommendation that we recommend to the legislature to expand the water plan grant buckets and include aging infrastructure within the water plan grant.
Just as a point of presence, I'm already seen this. I'm really just tracking your conversation. Kathy is facilitating. I'm just making sure that you guys are. Huh?
Are you taking pictures?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. Point to a risk. Now we're talking about aging infrastructure. I know anybody that feels nervous about this.
We've got a couple of things on the table here. One is to come up with a recommendation around more flexibility in already stored water.
So not the specifics on that, but that is something on the table. The other one that Andy just proposed is that we revise the, what is able to get water plant grant funds to include aging infrastructure. So there are a couple of draft or suggested recommendations on the table. Orla and then Kevin.
I was just gonna clarify with Andy, when he was talking about aging infrastructure, was he talking about just reservoirs? Because I think there's
No,
structures that Mike Cameron, I think, can speak to.
yeah, I wasn't talking about just infrastructure. Well, we happen to be only on
Right,
storage
right,
here,
right.
but I think that should be all aging infrastructure should be the recommendation, because I mean, we're helping on the Maybell ditch
Right.
improvements as well, and it's,
That project has a lot of benefits, right?
yeah,
So it's-
tremendous multi-purpose
Yeah.
benefit project.
And I don't know if everyone's familiar with them, but replacing the diversion structure, Mike, you should speak to it, not me, because it's your project.
Yeah, I think most everybody does know maybe a little bit about it, but yeah, I mean, we're going in with a new diversion structure, actually. Construction started today on that project, and we got boat benefit, we got fish benefit, we got agriculture benefit, environmental benefits, and it's what I alluded to earlier was just the drawn out. I mean, I've been working on this for 5 years. It takes a long time, and it took us 3 times more money than we thought it was gonna. So it's been a challenge to do this, but my gosh, we're almost there.
Yes, Kevin.
If you don't mind, Kathy, and if the group doesn't mind, on the first item you said we had on the table, more flexible use of reservoir water. That got a little more general, and can I suggest that we make that even more general and just more flexible use of water rights? And the reason I bring that up is I've sat in with groups that want to consider a section of the street, Crystal River comes to mind, that there's no reservoir or storage water involved, but they want to work together to draft subordination agreements or agreements, they'll call agreements, for the benefit of the river or each other. And so I think it could be more general.
So they provide for more flexibility in the use of water, right?
And I can say, I mean, Kevin, I think maybe as a subcategory where you have, I mean, there is a point that Alex made, and I know there's refinements to that you correctly point out, Kyle, that, hey, if you're using your water for something that you wouldn't otherwise use it for, you create a bigger pool. But storage water is easier, I think, to deal with than some of the other direct flow agreements that can come up. I like both of them, but I do think Kyle's right. I mean, I think in any recommendation that comes out, we've got to have a notice and provision to prevent, injury to others. There's got to be a way to build that and sustain our state's protection of injury to other water users along the way. But I do think, I just think storage might be different than direct flow, both needing flexibility. They're going to look different.
Sounds fine, and we can categorize them. I just didn't want to lose that. I heard it when we thought on just water on the stream.
Yeah, good point. Lee.
So, yeah, so take note. I'm gonna agree with Andy on this. We can find that one. So, I've got, so later on, we'll talk about water banking. It's kind of in storage, but not really. And one of the proposals that I have taken from other people's suggestions and also from my own experience is to expand the water banking statute beyond storage. But I can tell you right now, the reason the water bank statute is limited to storage is the political reality of I could sell that ability to be more flexible with storage in 2001 than I could a broader program. And so I know we said, well, we don't want to talk about political reality, that's legislators, but having been through the wars in the State Affairs Committee, Water Congress, and that in front of the legislature, when you talk about more flexible utilization of storage, you may get a hearing. If you just say you want to have more flexible use of water rights,
All hell's gonna break loose. Just my experience.
That's not the purpose of the task force, is to have all help.
Well, and likely, and well, I'll give that one back to him. I'm really good at that, thanks.
All right, Kyle, and then Kelly.
Well, I'm just gonna agree, and go to my analogy earlier, this is like raising kids, storage water is a pretty easy kid. Flexible use, direct flow water rights, that's your problem, child. Different approach.
Can we name them?
My name's,
All right, Kelly.
Getting back to Andy's suggestion regarding water plan grants and making them eligible for aging infrastructure, I think it'd be really good for us to have a strong understanding of how the CWCB funds work today, and we certainly have the loan program that's available for aging infrastructure, and that's important to keep generating revenue off of. And we also have the water supply reserve fund account, both the basin accounts and the statewide accounts, totally available for aging infrastructure. We've got the projects bill, which has flexibility in it. And then as far as water plan grants go, I mean, while we've been really fortunate that that's generated quite a bit of revenue, we were able to get $25 million last year, which is awesome. I mean, some of these like storage projects, dam repair projects could drain that in a year. And so I just, I think what we want to get at is how do we optimize the state's limited funds to support aging infrastructure? And I think it should be, let's have that discussion and water plan, we can discuss that and see what the limitations or opportunities are there. But I think we should be more broad than just looking at water plan grants. And then also in water plan grants, we really look at multi-benefit projects. So it's not that, if you're going to be improving aging infrastructure, your project's out. It's just, there has to be multiple benefits.
Randy?
Yeah, and I would just add your new technical assistance grant program.
Thank you.
Is a really great tool to help formulate a project and get it queued up for potential federal funding. So that's a really nice tool.
House Bill 22-1379. The legislature was really great to work with on that, and we got that approved so that we can help build out like local capacity and expertise to do some of these critical projects.
I just want to tag onto that, and I know in the technical assistance grants, it's pretty limited funds, and they go away, so.
They do.
I hope the state looks at figuring out a way to continue that, because they are great funds to help build capacity at the local level, so.
Maybe that's a
To me,
recommendation.
that would be a recommendation,
Yeah.
figure out a way to continue.
Yeah, because that's
Technical.
Community technical assistance, there's two pots.
And you could maybe just in a parentheses, House Bill 22-1379 was the bill that HB 22-1379. I always wondered how people remembered these bill numbers, and now I know.
What's what too, isn't
just building on.
Oh, go ahead. I just want to recognize that I think there was consensus on that. And going back to Hannah Holm and paper that was published about like adopting or like celebrating early wins. There's something we just agreed on, and I think we should recognize that. So.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I'm sure, building on Kelly's comment, I'm sure Kirk Russell has a handy dandy spreadsheet that he can share with us. And we can just ask him to like upload it, so we have it somewhere handy. That we can see all the CWCB funding buckets, and what they're.
It's online.
Yeah,
Is
it is, and let's
pull it over to the.
I think we should all look at that. I think
Yeah.
if someone can circulate it, great. I would say, though, that I have attended a lot of our roundtables throughout Westland, and I've talked to a lot of our water users and our technical folks, and the water supply reserve funds have been very limited, very restricted, very, not large in terms of how they get funded. The water plan grant fund program has gotten, and it's 25 million here and there from the legislature, but it's also DD going right into it. I think, really making aging infrastructure a priority. If we want our ag industry to survive and actually contribute to water conservation and water efficiency, we've got to get that infrastructure built. And it is sometimes hard for those ag users to demonstrate the multi benefits that the state looks for in its water plan grant right now. And because there's not a bucket specific to aging infrastructure in that program. And I really would love to focus our discussion on this. You know, we can keep coming back to it, but I feel like we're not going to make any progress if we do that. And everything we talk about, we say, well, we'll talk about it again later. We've got an opportunity to make a recommendation and include this in our list of recommendations. And I really would like the committee to try to, is that something we can get behind or not?
And so Andy, are you suggesting keeping it focused on the water plan grant funds?
I agree completely with Kelly's suggestion about the technical assistance grant and keeping that funding going. Steve's suggestion, I think those are great. This is a different category, a different set of funding opportunities to expand what the program that is already there, a very successful, well-run program. You know, it's a good one that the state has. It's getting and has gotten lots of financial support over the last 5 or 6 years. It will continue to get lots of funding from at least from DD, hopefully from our legislature. But bringing that up and really supporting it with adding to that a water or an aging infrastructure category would be really helpful.
And maybe to reducing the roadblocks for people to access those funds? Is that what I'm?
Yeah, it's just it would be a new element of the water plan grant program because I think that's really good work.
I think sorry. I was just gonna say, I think maybe the hook that we need related to that is aging infrastructure projects that support drought resiliency. And, it's kind of akin to the Bureau of Rec grant programs that are out there. They'll support infrastructure projects as long as you can demonstrate the benefit to drought resiliency, water efficiency, all of those things.
Yeah, and I don't expect, Kelly, the state to fund all of a water infrastructure improvement, but getting those states dollars is often absolutely critical to then be eligible for the federal dollars. And so it's it's why our district throws in money to help encourage the state, that then encourages the feds to do it, because it's this partnership that you got to look for.
Yes, Steve, and then check.
So I agree with Andy with one exception. I do think that technical assistance grants are tied into that. Because those of us who don't have a $4 million grant program, we need capacity. And those grants give us the capacity to work for both the state, but feds and the federal funds. So sure.
If you are patient and quiet, people say everything that you want to jump in on some day. I don't know that we should make them contingent upon efficiency. There are many projects in our basin where we have had this conversation for 15 years about the return flows and the benefit to the aquifer and late season flows of, messing too much with making everybody the most efficient possible in the definition of efficiency. So we will continue to flood irrigate in Northwest Colorado for a long time because it's what works for us at our elevation and with our geography, not in every location, but I would hate to see something tied to a very much needed aging infrastructure project that now can't get done because it's not meeting an efficiency criteria.
But I think we do, but I think we do, given this is drought task force, we at least need to tie it to drought resiliency.
Drought resiliency, as long as there's a definition that it's agreed upon there that doesn't require it to be, a sprinkler or what have you, is I think something we could. Someone else has already flushed this out. I just wanted to note that.
Orla and then Kyle.
I was just gonna say, I worry about, I think, talking about adding a category, we're not adding any funding, right? And with the aging infrastructure, I think there's important questions there of things that need dollars. But should we be taking from the water plan grants, or should we be looking at other sources, or how better to leverage the loan program, or federal sources, or anything like that? I just worry about. I think some of those programs are already really oversubscribed in the water plan grant process, even though there is a lot of money. So I think we can think bigger than that. And not necessarily just pull on that one existing program.
I think we ought to send California $10 and then just solve the whole problem, say, we'll help you guys.
Yeah. For $10.
I was gonna add the Jackies, because not only do I think efficiency should not be part of the rationale for approval, I think return flows from flood irrigation and efficiency oftentimes adds to the effects of drought, because I think we all have to really understand that and discuss that as we go through this process of, that's a lot of what's affected these lake season flows and fence flows and rivers throughout the state is because we've lost irrigation or we've increased efficiency to a point. And whether it's the big river, the tributaries, the drains coming out of systems, they are seeing less and less water in late summer throughout the winter base flow time. And that catches people's attention. Most people don't connect those two dots, but they are absolutely connected. And I think we need to grapple with that and have that discussion, and whether it's defining drought resiliency is not necessarily including efficiency or broader than that. I hope we get to have that discussion.
Alex?
Yeah, I wanna build on this, because I don't disagree with what you're saying, Kyle. I also, I don't think that Mother Nature is currently going to keep the system as it was. And so what I kind of hear you saying is goes to the general rule of law that juniors are entitled to the stream system conditions that existed when it came on. And part of that's one of the reasons why we're also keyed into return flows, and we understand return flows, and we measure return flows, and we know how return flows operate. And what I've been kind of struggling with is how you raise the most folks in a system with less water, and what does that look like? And so I think we do need to grapple with it, because we do need to figure out how to be more efficient. And we do need to prevent injury that's caused by efficiencies. But we can't just say, well, if you're more efficient, it's going to change the return flows, and we can't do that. And so we're not going to be more efficient. And I don't think that's what you were saying. You were saying you need to recognize a more complex picture. But I do think that it needs to be wrestled with a little bit more kind of with intention of the system's changing whether we want it to or not. And so how do we adapt so that we are so efficient enough that more people can stay using water instead of just letting. Anyway, yeah, I'll stop there before I ramble on. Kevin.
I'm not gonna go too far down this path, but it would be good for all of us to circle back and just remember to distinguish efficiency and conservation when it comes to water administration. And I know Kyle's nodding, I'm sure you are, Lee. And when we're talking about efficiency, we're talking about actions that maybe leave more water in the stream, or maybe leave more water for that particular person to irrigate even more, and perhaps consume even more. That's efficiency. Conservation is truly consuming less water. And so when we talk about efficiency, let's not put too many eggs in that basket. I shouldn't use cliche, but let's not rely on efficiency too much to solve all the problems beyond just leaving more water in the stream in some intervening reach, or making more water available, which is good for that one irrigator to irrigate even more land, but not expected to do the job that conservation would do, and that is consuming less water.
All right, let me check in and see where our agreement is. We know we agree on what Kate celebrated for us. Continue the community technical assistance grants, which were in House Bill 221379. So that sounds like it's something that definitely needs legislation to happen. The one that we're on right now, we have a suggestion to broaden it, which would be to optimize state funds for improving aging infrastructure, which could include the water plant grant, but also could include other grant funds. Is that something that we are in agreement with?
If I heard correctly, and I think it's kind of embedded in the second part of what you said, it is optimized state funds, but recognizing how difficult this might be, it's also suggesting that additional funds might be necessary that aren't currently appropriated or made available through DD. So maybe you said that with existing and future, but it's optimizing and increasing funds for that purpose.
Those two separate recommendations, do we think, or are those one the same? Because they're going to be the same.
I would, I'm wondering how we are going to have these suggested recommendations that we're going to flesh out to make to our final report. And I'm wondering if there are groups or individuals who would be willing to take on one of these, like the first one should be fairly straightforward, but to come back with a more fleshed out, here's a proposed recommendation around community technical assistance grant. Here's a proposed recommendation about increasing and optimizing state funds for improving aging infrastructure, because it clearly will need some more work to turn that into a recommendation. And I wonder if that's the way we might proceed. Okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm just thinking back to, I think it was our last meeting where we decided not to move forward with subcommittees and working groups. So I just want to respect that decision of the body for your question. Good point.
And I mean, I guess they would ask from a process standpoint how it works. And when we added the tools this time, everybody was able to send something in. So if we were able to proceed with kind of these big ideas, if maybe we can collectively add detail from where we each sit outside of meeting time, but not form like a subgroup. That might be another way to add to the bones of these recommendations with the time. So just a suggestion, submitting a suggestion.
Good, that may work. So agreement on the aging infrastructure piece, about that.
I like the way Aaron described it. I'm sure.
Increase and optimize state funds for improving aging infrastructure.
I think I heard the recommendation over here that they be split in two so that they don't.
I think it's a recommendation. It's fine for us to do it as one kind of as a theme, but operationalizing those is probably two different efforts. But that's for the legislature to figure out.
Well, but I think our recommendations need to be as specific as possible, so the legislature actually knows what we're recommending practice. So I mean, I guess I'd like to keep those both on the table as individual recommendations, understanding that there may not be consensus around one or the other, but if you I think clearly I would support more funding for aging infrastructure, no matter what the program, right? But I'm specifically talking about a group of our, like where throughout our district, I hear from our constituents their frustration with not being able to fund aging infrastructure in the water. So that is something that is loud and clear to me from all of my ag constituents. And so how do we get that elevated? And that's what I'm really just trying to do. I understand. I would like it on the table so that when we go around to vote on these things, it's there to actually concretely talk about.
All right, so let's do this. Let's have one to increase the funding available for aging infrastructure through the state, and the second one in that area would be to allow funding in the state water plan grants for improving aging infrastructure. Those the two.
Do we have one on continuing the technical assistance grants that we all had noted on as well.
Yes.
Say that
So
again.
that might be a third. It's a continuation of 1379.
Right. All right, so we've got three, and the other one that is on the table is this provide for more flexibility in the use of either stored water or water rights generally. Do we want to keep that one there?
Chair, I'm sorry to be dense, but can you help me understand the difference between the first two?
The more money and the,
So the adding funds for, or increasing funding for aging infrastructure and then optimizing through using the water plan grant funds. Different, right, and adding an aging infrastructure category to that, so. It sounds like this is an existing, that's gonna test where I'm well, I'm gonna understand these, but this is an existing fund that would add a category that would make it more accessible to those who want to use it. This would just be more money general into aging infrastructure overall. That's the way I'm hearing it,
yes.
just reflecting back.
For some of people who are more familiar with these buckets, is this one bucket or is this a two separate bucket?
I think the increasing funds is all buckets could be. And the water plant grant is a specific. Bucket. Jackie,
I just sent you all, or I sent Kelsey to send you all the link to the state where it describes the different grants. So that might be helpful when you go back and look at it, but it's really complicated because a lot of them are legislatively mandated. So if we're gonna do that, we'll have to go tweak individual statutes.
Yeah.
Right, so that almost might be one that for CWCB staff that might be listening, we've had this conversation before about how hamstrung we are to we're not able to prioritize funding at a board level because they come from different buckets. So there could be some ideas that, they could bring back to the table for us to.
I think a side note on that too is, and this is kind of a little off the subject, but it's the same thing as. You're hamstringed by helping the watershed. I always had a problem with, we throw money at the river, we throw money at the river, but are we putting a Band-Aid on a problem that's further up the river? And all that money is, we can't use it in the watersheds. And I think we need to look at that.
Just reading the room from a facilitator's standpoint, it feels like maybe it's time for a break. People are starting to wiggle a little bit, but that is for you all to decide if you want to keep going. We can stop, but
we have 1 hour left. You want to 7-minute break?
Minutes or?
All right.
It's either a five, it's either a break now or a nap during the next time.
All right. All right. Yeah, hold on, everybody.
So I'm trying to visualize what we're putting together. So the last Water Resources Review Committee, they had an opportunity for legislators to propose topics to be drafted. Is that what we're doing here right now? We're not actually saying our recommendation is increase infrastructure. We're going to say, we're going to flesh this out so that it's meaningful. And we're just agreeing that you can write that. But if you come back with something, we go, oh, I didn't realize how much that was going to screw up the whole world. We can take it back. Is that,
Lee, that's exactly how I was thinking of this as well, that we're kind of trying to narrow into topics and concepts, but that all of these need additional refinement.
Just want to make sure.
It doesn't constitute agreeing when anything that comes out.
Gotta be in this day today.
Now, do no harm means we can't destroy the world, right?
I think leave, like the way that our agendas are designed for the next however many meetings we're meeting. If that we have that time set aside to really dig into the things that we refine, and hopefully that will come with homework in between. We're looking at, we're probably each going to have expertise in certain areas, and we can bring back some refinement to these.
And I think probably if you're putting stuff on the table, you probably ought to take ownership for bringing it more fleshed out.
All right. Time for-
No subcommittees, but I'm giving you the assignment.
So 5 minutes, Kevin? 7 minutes. 7 minutes. All right. All right.
5 minutes left in our time together today. We have, I think, made some good progress. We have one potential recommendation on the table still, which is this provide for more flexibility in the use of stored water or in the use of water rights. And as you're thinking about that, you know, if you want to pull out this cheat sheet of the overview of all the tools that people sent in as homework, I wonder if there's something, a topic area that we want to focus on next, knowing that we're likely not going to get through all of them.
Sorry, going back to the one you just mentioned, provide more flexibility.
Sure.
And could I just wordsmith this, and it's
Yeah.
just empty wordsmith, but could we say tools to facilitate flexibility? And the reason I say that, I think the flexibility that we need probably is there, like Andy described in our situation. And so are there tools that can facilitate that? So it's not a long process. Really mindful of what Lee said earlier. If you go in the statutes and try to make them more flexible, then you get into this water rights situation that might be a buzzsaw. So
Right, so can I, because time is tight, but so I wonder if maybe we put a column in the spreadsheet where we're gonna fill this out kind of between meetings to say, like, if there's suggested rewordings of those,
Yeah.
that if, you know, where you are aware of sensitivities and things like that, and you guys can submit them that way.
Yes, and I would just like to add, I think that would be good, and I think we've talked a lot about how this more flexible water management, provide environmental benefits and things like that, so I think we'll have to flesh that out a little bit more as well.
All right, so we have, I think we will add that one as something on the website that we can all work on fleshing out, but something like provide tools to facilitate more flexibility in the use of water rights.
Can I ask one really quick process question?
Yeah.
Is it possible to have shared documents on the SharePoint site for us to like edit together? That would be
Because of
yeah.
open meeting rules. It's on.
That would be like an open meeting.
Okay. We're not making
But can I just say, can I just ask whether it's different than having an email, because if you just notice that there's ongoing dialogue between the committee on that website, can anybody get into that SharePoint site or only?
No.
Oh,
Not even all the task force can get into it because IT made it so.
okay.
They're fine, just a thought for it,
We love that thought too.
when we had our tool spreadsheet, it's like, oh, like 5 people proposed the same thing, you know?
Which created more work for these guys on the back end.
So we really, that was the original intention of the
Okay.
SharePoint. Yeah.
Yeah, Jack, sorry.
So I think one way to get around that is we can agree to only utilize the documents that have been uploaded into the SharePoint. And would not wait for you, because if Orla changes it, uploads it, sends it to her, then you send it around, somebody's probably already touched it. So if you edit it, make your edit, upload it, note that, you know, note the time and date that you did it, and we'll just try to work off the latest version on the SharePoint. And also in the document, maybe if you could change the color of the font to not black if you touch something so that we can see it.
I think that still violates open meeting.
You still can't do that.
So all we can do is what we did like with the tools spreadsheet this time, is you take a blank one, fill it in, send that one by email back to Kelsey and Jordan, and they collate it for us.
But we made a recommendation for new open meetings law.
If you do it on the public website, in the public forum, if you're doing what Jackie's suggesting on the public website, so everyone can see it, then how would that violate the meetings law?
I just don't know if technically we can have like, just on a shared, like a SharePoint type document on there. Can we? I don't think so. But I think that. I mean.
It's not like we can have it in Google Docs.
Yeah, let's play out
No,
that.
but if anybody can change it,
And then.
No, but you
I
can.
mean,
you can-
anybody in the
No,
globe.
we can make the public viewers and members,
Okay,
editors.
Yeah.
okay,
If,
And you.
if that.
okay.
right now for our.
All right, so let's don't spend any more time with that. It's a great idea. If we can use a website and have a Google Doc.
If there's
Then
any
everybody can
legal
make-
way for us to have short document,
Yeah.
we'll look further into that because it's so much more of it.
And then it's nice because you can make a little comment and say, but what about this? Or here's where this is instead. It would be much more efficient. It would be much more efficient. Oh, yes. And much more interesting. Like, all right, so we have 4 things on the table right now. Continue community technical assistance grant, provide more funding for aging infrastructure projects, allow funding through the state water plan grant categories, and provide tools to facilitate flexibility and use of water rights. So those are our broad topics that will be fleshed out by each of us as homework between now and the next meeting. What would you like to use our last 40 minutes of?
The water sharing agreements, WS1. Would be a good topic because that kind of came up earlier, but we didn't really flush that out.
Can I jump on that too? I don't know if you all saw it, but I did provide the water sharing agreement report or the ATM report. You know, so had an opportunity to see that. That was the report that the CWC Commission for both we helped develop just to provide some background on the tools that exist. And there were some recommendations kind of that came out of that.
Other areas that people would like to focus on?
So I am not educated on the municipal water as much as I'd like to, and you know, that's just me, but I'd like to spend some time on that just because I don't know it.
On which side?
Municipal water.
Municipal water?
Yeah, Kelly's told me for years that she would teach it to me, and
Oh, and I didn't.
Sorry, on the drive by.
Oh, yeah, not task force related.
All right, so we have on the table water sharing agreements and municipal water. Municipal efforts. Any other topics we may like to dive into? Or
Gonna flag that we have a category here called drought management and resiliency planning, and given our purpose, maybe we should move that one up to the list as well.
all right, so let's get through those 3 and we'll see if we have any time left. So Randy, did you want to address the water supply or water sharing agreements?
I don't think I'm qualified to really be the initiator. I just would like to discuss it.
All right. And that's on page 3 of this bigger packet. At the bottom of the page. And I don't know whoever submitted that would like to introduce it.
Can I just, maybe I'll just add, like, we definitely have an action in the water plan to figure out how to get water sharing agreements utilized more. And so I do see this as a really great group to provide some thoughts on and recommendations on how to do that.
Because there's currently no guidance or structure for coordinating collaboration in the little explanation box. Anybody the owner of this line?
I'm not the owner of it, but maybe I can ask a couple more questions to clarify my understanding. And Randy, maybe you have some insight because you brought it up, but I still think water sharing is just a good concept. And, you know, we talk about DWR's administration and administrative change of use procedures. So a substitute water supply allows water to be changed from agricultural to municipal use. There's a water sharing agreement maybe by this. What Andy described for releases from Elk Creek is a water sharing agreement. What I mentioned they do on the Crystal River to, you know, have no call agreements and subordinations is a water sharing agreement. So I want to ask Randy or anyone are you looking at the category in that big way? Because Kelly, we've got alternative transfer methods, we've got ag water, protected water rights, we've got fouling, lease and pilot projects. These are some of the tools that I must interrupt with the water supply agreements. that all could fit under that sharing umbrella. So maybe, is it that big, or does somebody have a more narrow perspective on what?
Their problem we're trying to solve for in that category.
Yeah, and then I'll say, this doesn't confuse it, it kind of falls into that more flexible use of reservoir or direct flow water.
I wondered if it fits, if that's where it fits, but we've already talked about.
This is not mine, but the way that I read it was that there's some coordination lacking. I mean, in the Yampa Basin, we have worked for many years to, identify the water managers in the basin and the potential availability for water rights that could be used flexibly. And, gotten together, maybe. This is weird talking about this as if one of us didn't put this on here, but whoever this is for like, maybe they're having trouble in their basin collaborating.
Are there roadblocks to collaboration right now that we're trying to solve for? Are there challenges with that? That's, sorry.
There are no challenges to collaboration. I love it.
I mean, specific one.
Let me say real quick, is that what we talked about? Kelly's got something on the tip of her tongue, but Representative Barr a few years ago, had a concept that had to do with sort of a willing buyer, willing seller market sort of approach, which would be just very complex, very difficult. And I'm not saying anything for or against it, but maybe that's a little bit of what you're talking about too, Jackie, is that that central hub of who's got water available, who needs the water.
I mean, that's almost water banking.
That's exactly what it sounds like. That.
Well, I'm not seeing any great passion around this one right now. So we will put it in a parking lot and see if it gets covered.
There was a.
Sorry, I mean, I think part of it is like, we're just trying to unpack what layered within that, and I'm just taking a look at the report and some of the recommendations that came out of that. Would be really helpful, I think, to even hear from some of the municipal water providers, particularly on the Drought Range. Like, to understand what have been, what are some of the limiting factors to doing more water sharing agreements, so that we can understand those. And I mean, of course, certainly want to hear from the ag producers as well, but I think that's. Sorry, looking at Kyle and Alex.
Well, I was just weigh in because, for the CBT system, for some of you who aren't familiar, and what I'm going to describe is the easy button, but it was set up that way initially. We have people we can deliver to the city of Fort Collins today, and under that same share, we can deliver to a farmer, in Longmont tomorrow. And the CBT system, because of its infrastructure as well as how it's structured, from a water rights standpoint, if you will, is easy, but very difficult to replicate anywhere else in the state.
Because it's transmission water for one, right? That makes it 100% consumptive, so you don't have to worry about the chip flows.
Yes and no, but I mean, and I just throw that out there because it's a great thing, but it's very hard to do that in any other system in the state. But it's a good thing for us to look at as what's maybe possible.
So with that comment, is that a good? Yes, for municipal, you were talking about municipal, or more?
Alex was gonna.
I was just gonna say yes and no to Kyle's comment that it works well. You have a share price that has gone from 7,000 acre feet to a share that 90,000 acre feet per share. At last cost, $90,000 per acre foot. Thank you. $90,000 per acre foot.
You gotta pay in water.
And right. So because it works so well, because it is a system that's hugely flexible, and because it is a market-driven system, it is exorbitantly expensive. I mean, I don't know if that's the right causation. That's the causation that I see. I could be wrong about the causation. I think that one of the Aurora has, we did a water sharing agreement that we're still very proud of in 2004 and 5 in Arkansas that worked really well. It was very successful. We tried to do another one last year that was voted down by the farmers. And it was interesting to me to watch that process because it was, I thought my staff did a great job at looking at risk associated with the water not being there. Who pays if the water's not there? Because you have to set these up in advance. You know, that a farmer needs to know, I'm not going to plant, I'm going to fallow in January or even before. And then what if the water year is such that water is not there to share or to lease? Who takes that risk? And the Aurora staff came up with a fairly complicated system of putting some of the risk on the land. So that risk was paid for by Aurora, and some of the risk on the water, which was borne by the farmers. It was really interesting. And what I heard, you know, so I'm sure people had different reasons for voting it down, but what I heard was that Aurora wasn't offering enough money, and Aurora offered significantly more than another city had in another project. And we offered a lot of money for that. So how much money is it going to cost? And at some point it doesn't become worth it, right? So I think one of the problems with the ATMs in that context of leasing and fallowing land from farmers on a temporary, you know, sort of intermittent basis is the economics involved. And I think for the farmers, there's a lot of economics that lead against it as well. What does it cost to fallow the land? How do you make sure you have what you need to do in order to prove that the water is not being used? You know, what sort of process do we need to go through? It's the economics are really interesting in that regard. And I think those are borne out in the economics of the CBT water. But
Well, and just to make it clear, I wasn't talking about purchase. I thought we were talking about flexibility and responding to drought. And those prices that Alex is mentioning, that's buying a share for in perpetuity. I guess what I was referring to for that year in, year out lease when it needs to go from one use to another. And that's on an annual basis.
yeah, and it's an amazing system, right? Everyone looks at that system and says it works for that purpose really well.
I would just comment, you know, in my previous experience, you know, the emergency substitute supply plan statute that allows, and Kevin can give a lot more detail, but, you know, there were drought years where, you know, water was needed by a municipality that in very short order was able to come out through agreements, through, you know, mutual agreements to go into a different use very, very quickly. And I think that's a good tool. I think Kevin listed it here in some of his tools, but you know, a lot of these tools are out there. It's just they're not used that often, and they're hard to do. But again, with proactive getting into these, getting them set up before you need them, I think there's a lot of good that can be done with the tools we already have. Just dusting them off before you need them.
Do we have a proposed recommendation for water sharing? This sort of that on hold.
And that Kevin's point was really good. What kind of water sharing are we talking about? Like leasing out, you know, there's a whole bunch of leasing that goes on every year. Most of the larger cities on the Front Range have leasing programs where they lease water back. That sharing, CBT's leasing program, you have substitute water supply plans in the form of sharing. You've got these sort of APM, the lease instead of buying dry water sharing. I think that's the more complicated one, is that type of leasing. But there are a number of different types of sharing that goes on.
If we're not quite ready for a recommendation on this one, I wonder what I did here, and I want to make sure the public heard. then we want to understand a little more, and we heard one case example on municipal users and other users, what are these challenges? Make sure that we fully understand, I think that's what we heard, so if anybody sees fit to use that comment box on the website, and wants to share a thought on that, from the public, that seems sound like that'd be an opportunity, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe, if we're still doing the thing where we solicit public comment on topics, for next time, we could ask, like, are there barriers to the current tools that are preventing people from wanting to use them or using them, that we're not experiencing or we're not aware of, in the water, I mean, with anything, but maybe more specific to the water sharing.
So that we can address roadblocks as a group.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's great.
And maybe on this one, it probably is worthwhile to point them directly to the interruptible supply statute, because that's the one that allows for a programmatic flexible water use, but it has some very specific limitations. Again, another one of those bills that I worked on, and we've had people complain about the 3 and 10, the 5 and 10, things like that. So, that's the barrier. Somebody just needs to say what it is, because that's the tool we have. That's the primary tool we have for water sharing.
You see the name of it a little?
Interruptible supply. I'm just reading. Can I interrupt?
Yeah.
Are you maybe thinking following we've seen?
No, I'm going back farther. The least Paolo's got its own problem.
So
Yes, I am. I don't want to go down the least foul route. That was another, we've experimented with a lot of things in Arkansas. We have a lot of experience.
You had a lot of legislation there for a while.
All right, yeah.
Just a suggestion, please shoot it down. I mean, in my mind, a lot of these tools are out there. Kevin did a great job, but the barriers down, all of them, there's a handful that I think this group would benefit, because I think they're all in this water sharing box. And having an understanding of what the limitations are, some brainstorming on why they haven't been implemented or not very often. I think that's where we need to educate ourselves before we can start suggesting tweaks.
Yeah, there's some information available.
There is, I encourage everybody to take a look at the ATM report from 2020. There's all kinds of recommendations, ideas for legislation, obviously need to be fleshed out. However, if it's beyond like the task force's capacity to put forth a recommendation on this, just know that the state, we want to hear what have been the barriers to water sharing agreements, so we can figure out how to overcome those, and that's in the water plan. So either way, whether the task force takes it up, we're still interested in hearing about it.
Do you want to send that to Kelsey so she can?
She has it, it's uploaded, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's already on there.
Yeah.
All right, and I think Kelly pointed out a good thing. There are probably not infinite, but very large number of recommendations we could make, but perhaps we focus in on a more finite number and list out the other ones that still need worked on and where they can be found, like what you just mentioned.
Can I ask a question to Steve? Boom, on the spot. I think I saw this in here, or I'm pretty sure I did, but state water conservation plans, expansion into Division 7. Where do you guys, is that something you want to talk about?
Well,
Next time?
sure, because I won't be here next time. What I can tell you is, that leaving Division 7 out of it happened before I came around, so I can't give you all the history. Certainly, my board and other partners had discussions of going to the legislature and saying, let's put everybody on the same playing field, get rid of that. Or add Division 7 in, I guess would be the proper statement. We looked very hard at doing that last year. Last year was a hard legislative session, so we did not. I would expect there would be a recommendation from my board. You know, maybe possibly this year to do that.
Should we throw that in as like a win from this task force right now? Celebrate it?
Which one is that? Which one is that?
I don't know, honestly, there's so many things in my life that I don't know if I was thinking about it from this or somewhere else.
For specificity, there's a couple things that don't happen in Unit 7, and one is backwater protection water rights. It's only in the Arkansas and South Platte. But the HCU protection
That's what I'm
happens
talking
only, the original Senate Bill 19 and then
Right.
House Bill 17, 1233 or something. Put it in all 6 divisions, not in 7. Is that the main one you're thinking?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
HCU.
That's what I'm talking about.
There are a lot of places, Division 7 decided that they needed to be excluded during the last decade of legislation. That's,
But in all honesty, is it something that is a, Or just-
I won't say yes or no to that, because in my mind, that's a board thing from Southwest.
okay, got
To make, if this task
Understood.
force wants to, I think it's fine,
it.
but from my perspective, it's a board. It's a policy decision from my board.
Okay.
I can tell you the main reason that was kept in place is because people felt that it kept speculation out.
Mhm.
As far as speculating on our water. That's the main reason. I can tell you that right now.
And do you still feel that way?
I can't answer.
Do they-
all of it,
Yeah, right.
But there is a lot of constituents in that area that do feel that way.
Mhm.
I can tell you that.
Mhm.
There's lots of constituents in Mountain Valley Irrigation Company, the company itself and on my board feel that way. They want to keep the speculation out
Mhm.
or speculating on water.
I would just echo what Steve said to a greater extent, which is, I think that's a regional issue that they need to take up. And I think it's like, I think we're more likely to get ourselves in trouble than we are.
Sorry, guys, I walked over to get my phone so I could take a picture of this and then I missed what I needed to write and I'm.
No, it sounds like we don't write anything.
Good news is,
This never happened.
On this road, we've got 15 minutes left for discussion. We have a suggestion to tackle municipal efforts from our list here. Does anyone have anything, especially municipal folks, that you think would be a good recommendation from the task force? And those, the list of those starts on page 8.
Right, I know I've been talking a lot. But I just want to make an announcement. You hadn't heard that the governor announced an executive order yesterday. Did anybody see that? Hear about it no? Okay. Yeah, check.
The one about the lawnmowers?
Well,
All sorts of things, well, I agree, I'm totally fine. I didn't see that. Didn't see that at all. I just heard about lawnmowers.
all right, so
And
the.
wolves.
So the executive order will be requiring state facilities after June 2024 to integrate waterwise landscaping into new and major redevelopment for our state facilities, for our new construction projects and whatnot. And I know state facilities are only a sliver of the water use, outdoor water use in Colorado, but we definitely wanted to start setting that example. So I thought you all would be interested to learn that.
I appreciate that. Is that because we just today yanked all of our sod out? We did.
Kelly, I'd like to know where I live, all we get is New Mexico news. That's the only thing I know.
That's why I need 7 sticks.
So why don't you change that?
so are you?
All right, I'm gonna challenge you all to get one more recommendation on the board before we leave today. And if it's not municipal, it can be anything. If anybody's got some burning.
Or there's one on my mind that feels like a consensus that maybe we could go, one that feels like most people might be on board with.
I think it's
The details now, meeting.
I would say on the municipal front, you know, I know I've input quite a few of these, and a lot of them already have existing tools. Like water efficiency plan, we're required to, you know, prepare water efficiency plans for the state. The state also has the Colorado Water Loss Initiative, which provides great support to municipalities on looking at water losses. The one area that I think, and I think someone mentioned it earlier regarding turf removal. I mean, that is just so, it's just so expensive. And the grant program that we have currently is great, but it is a very, very small drop in the bucket. So if there's anything that we could do in that area, and then coupled with the MU6 artificial turf programs for sports facilities. I know that's something our Parks Department was looking into, and it's, the funding is just not there. I mean, we want to do those kind of projects, but like, you know, if y'all don't know how municipalities run water utilities, our water utility is a separate enterprise fund paid by our ratepayers. So we can't just give money to our Parks Department, which is a tax funded city department for, you know, turf replacement projects. So if there were some grant programs around those things, or larger grant buckets, I think we could do a lot more.
I want to totally support a larger bucket for turf removal, because turf removal is enormously expensive. And I think it's important for people to understand that while it's the right thing to do, it's not a huge water savings for the cost. However, it will make sure that we grow as smart as possible in the future. So if we can find more funding for turf removal, I think that would be huge. Artificial turf. We've had, you know, we explored a lot of different artificial turfs, and some of them don't actually have any water savings associated with them. It's different. So I'm not sure that right now I would support. I mean, maybe you're sort of investigating.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in artificial turf for residential, but for sports facilities, I mean, we did some calculations, and there would be some really significant water savings for some of our sports facilities.
Yeah. But I think,
and this, I'll just throw in right now that this is a sheet that Siobhan has provided that may be useful as we start thinking about these recommendations and turf removal. And now, like you just said, high cost, low impact. So if we go over here, doesn't mean we don't want to recommend it, but this is a way for us to sort of.
Yeah, and I guess I would argue that, because I mean, just looking at our water demand in summer versus winter, I mean, our water demand can be, you know, like 3 million gallons a day in the winter, and in the summer it's up to 10. And it's not all swamp coolers.
right, let me clarify, the low impact is the cost benefit analysis. So the amount it costs to save an acre foot of water is a huge amount.
It is.
It doesn't mean that it's not hugely beneficial to the municipality to save that water, and that turf removal isn't the right thing to do.
Right.
That was my,
Yeah. Good. Mike and then Orla.
So how deep in the weeds can we go? So here's my problem with turf removal. And my science nerd is gonna come out a little bit here, but my problem with turf removal is you remove turf, you've got bare ground, you lose microbes, you've got temperature going up.
Yeah.
But if you replace it with a native grass or flower, your native flowers, but I do not like the rock thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. In the way the regulations are written now, it's for more water wise landscaping, encourages more, you know, mulching, native plants, that sort of thing, not just throwing down asphalt or rock. So I totally agree with you.
So Andy, what you put in place of the turf?
Where we're putting in, we're following the governor's suggestions, we're in Colorado escaping.
Nice.
Effort to
I do get
bridge the
rid of
divide.
escaping in the executive order for the, I mean.
Yeah.
Orla and Jackie, and then we're gonna.
Actually, our landscape architect just real quickly said that stone is called stone mulch. I'm like, it's not mulch. Mulch is like, I'm like, what is all this stone? It's like, it's stone mulch.
So I'd be supportive of more funding for the turf removal program. I do think there's, we don't want to be putting more turf in, especially more non-functional turf. We need to be much more strategic about where we're putting turf as we grow. And removing the turf in the existing areas takes the pressure off the existing supply, which takes pressure off, the rivers and everything else. So there is an impact there on how cities are growing, and it also is an education piece and sending a message to people that we're living in a dry place. We can't just water the grass. I think it's important. And I know with zoning, it's a challenge, right? Because you can't just, write the water-wise landscaping and have it apply.
Yeah. Well, we changed our landscape code to allow for it.
Are you recommending a legislation that would prevent non-functional turf in all developments going forward? Some people would be very supportive.
I have an idea along those lines.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
I think we should talk about it.
I think that, our state, you might have noticed, revolts when the state government wants to tell local municipalities what their land use codes and should look like. But our state also provides tremendous funding through the CWCB and DOLA, among other agencies, CDPHE. And my question to the municipal representatives here is, what if state funding eligibility was tied to the adoption of very particular water conservation land use codes? So I'll just use Aurora's, for example. I'm not sure it's a one size fits all, but I'm very impressed with Aurora's code for its future growth in terms of its prescriptive nature on water use and landscaping. And my question is, rather than the state trying to mandate from the top down, you say, well, we're not going to tell you what to do, but you see all this money that we have in these funds, you don't get it unless you adopt those codes. And is that something that folks could?
I think that would be, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to try to pretend like I'm a lawyer, but I think what I've heard is, there would be an uproar regarding local control, home rule. But I will say on the flip side of that, like for instance, the city of Grand Junction revised its landscape code well ahead of the state's requirements. So, that can be driven at the local level without those kind of punitive measures.
It's not punitive, it's incentive.
I'm sorry to take a slightly different tack in Grand Junction, because Aurora did pass the first turf ban on non-functional turf going forward, and we're really proud of it, and we're really proud of all of our efforts to get rid of turf. We have agreed to get rid of 30% of our existing turf. We're working on our park, so it's a big deal for Aurora. And so we've thought about, there's a couple of people looking at statewide initiatives on turf. And I would just throw out for people to think about. So I agree, local home rule municipalities don't want to be told what to do. One of the foci might be at developers, because what happens is some developers will say, okay, well, I can't develop this way in Aurora, so I'm going to go to Dakota and develop this way there. And it becomes hard for the smaller municipalities who don't have the resources that an Aurora puts into things like turf removal and working, other smaller groups, they have more pressure to allow development to occur kind of as it has been. So maybe the focus is not on regulating city zoning codes, but regulating how development can be done in the future. And I don't know what backlash that would create.
We are really close to ICU. I want to just make sure that we know we're going to have to wrap really quickly, but the tool that Patty had held up before, I would encourage you to think about it on a couple of different levels between meetings. So just as evidenced here, there are obviously there's a lot of institutional knowledge on the challenges and a lot of maybe disparity of thoughts on like how difficult or easy something would be. So I think it'll be a good discussion tool. But I've also used as a good recommendation tool so that when you're giving these recommendations to the legislature, you can also house thoughts like the ones that are going around now to say, this is our recommendation. These are some challenges that you're going to see in implementing it and maybe some recommendations for moving. So it could be an interesting framework to report on in the long run, or it could just be a discussion tool. And I think we think about how you'd like to use it or not going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I
Sorry, I was one more. Oh, sorry, she had her hand. Sorry.
And Jackie's got her hand up over here too.
I was just gonna say, if you guys get a chance, take a look at what the Utah legislature passed. They really expanded their turf removal replacement program, but they required local jurisdictions to update their land use code so that they would no longer be requiring or approving the installation of non-essential turf, etc. So something good for that.
We'll Jackie pull that up instead of like, go ahead, Jackie.
I was just gonna bring us back to, I don't think that we're ready to go to intrastate alone next meeting. I think we have a lot of tools we didn't talk about on this list. I have a tool that I'll be bringing, as Chair Kathy mentioned earlier, that should take up probably 15-20 minutes of time as well. So I just wanted to bring us back to Kelly's earlier comment about Commissioner Mitchell not being able to be there next time and see where we landed on if we're going to continue the intrastate tools.
Great, thanks. So let's get a feel on this one on consensus. Randy.
Yeah, I would propose that a tool that we could all agree upon is that additional funding for turf replacement programs is needed. That the existing funding level is insufficient to really make a difference.
Is there general consensus at this point on that? All right, so we'll put those 5 things up, or they will put the lightning group will put those 5 things up on the website. We'll figure out if there's a way to do that as a collaborative working document. If not, at least they will be on the SharePoint and can work on those individually to bring back to our next meeting. We do have, there's a lot left here on the tools list, so we can take a look at those between now and then. Kind of go through those and see if there are other items that you think the task force should recommend, or if that's just kind of a nice list of tools for us to have there, making some other nuggets in there that we want to look at. As we start to transition to the interstate, is this worksheet that we had for this time, is that helpful as a way to lead the discussion? If we use that same worksheet format and you all have a chance to fill in ideas, tools that could be used for interstate, is that a useful homework assignment for us?
Just for the brainstorming and bringing the tools forward, not for decision.
Sorry, I think that we put, I can't read that, but I think we put something about flexible water rights earlier that Kevin had mentioned.
Yeah, it's on there.
I mean, I think we could spend a whole meeting talking about that, and I don't know what kind of, like, is that something we're gonna build out at our next meeting and bring to the table, because that's a lot, that's a big thing.
Is that one that we put, is that one of the 5?
Yeah, that's one of the 5. And yeah, Orla.
I thought people were gonna try and draft something up and submit it. So that, because we can't do a share, well, we're looking to see if we can do a shared document.
Yeah.
But I think people were gonna try and refine what exactly they were thinking around that and submit either, something to flesh it out a little bit more.
Yeah,
So,
I
I
understand.
thought we were only gonna talk about, like, if we can provide those things.
yeah. if you
Concrete
want to.
concrete suggestions, we'll
Yeah.
look at whatever's listed that the task force members have put in there. And it may or may not take the entire next meeting, Jackie. I agree, it may take the whole meeting, or it might not. I think we need to be prepared to move into interstate, understanding that the commissioner will be available she's not available on the 28th, but is available on the 14th. I think that's the next day. 12, excuse me, 12. And we'll certainly hear from the commissioner on interstate matters then, but I would hate to not go into interstate just because we've got a lot to talk.
And we still have a lot to talk about.
That's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
no,
is that
And I, you know,
We,
so the focus ought to be, let's keep moving on this. If we get to something, then we get to it.
And perhaps we can just, create a spreadsheet where those can be housed or used when we are ready to move forward. So if there are people who really have those in their mind and are dying to get them out on paper, we will have a place for you to place those. But that maybe it's not a homework assignment for this time because we do still have so much, but there'll be a place to house those until the group is ready to tackle that. Then would that be an okay way to deal with it?
I think we should be ready. I mean, I think there's a ton that we still have to go through here. And we've had a lot of great discussion today, and there's so much good work in here. It's wonderful to see. But I think we need to be ready to keep moving. So I think we should do the homework. And if we get to it next time we get to it, we won't get to all of it, that's for sure. But yeah, and then the bulk of the discussion will happen on October 12th. And
Yeah.
likely most of it. I don't know.
I think the bulk of the 12, just to be clear, I think was intended to be to talk about private. So that's why I think we were trying to hold part of the 28th for interstate is that we really want to hear about the private.
Sure, okay, so then if we don't, but the commissioner's gonna be there on the 12th.
That's right, and then just so everybody knows, I will not be out there on the 12th. So the commissioner will be sitting in for me on this.
Is she available at any of the subsequent dates? Also, like, I know we've looked at not this next one and yes, that next one, but yes, yeah, maybe.
That's, I'll have to confirm, but yeah, it's just the 28th is particularly tough because.
All right, so what we've got on the
something to
table
look at.
is to come to a wrap up as much as we can on the intrastate, knowing that they'll continue to be refined. If we have time, we will get a start on the interstate conversation. And then on October 12th, we will hear the tribal matters and we'll continue the discussion on interstate. The following meeting in October in Toyac, we will probably have everything on the table to move forward and try and get to a point where we can start drafting in November. Is that reasonable?
Yeah. Two things. Thing one is, so I just want to be clear that if we're going to draft things as homework for the intrastate, that we are going to talk about them next time.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thing two is, I love you guys, all of you, but this has worked really well for me in the past. If you have something to say, there was a lot of talking over people and butting into the conversation today without recognizing the people with their hands up. And I'm great at that and I can play that game. But I don't think it's working for everyone at the table. And so my constructive request is we do something like this, if we have something to say so that people can be recognized with some equal.
Good suggestion and perfect segue into our final thing, which is round robin and asking each person to talk about this meeting, what you think worked, if anything, and what you think could be an improvement. So that's a great process improvement. And we'll just go to with you. Anything else?
You can skip me, thanks.
All right, you do it.
I think just being able to pick certain pieces out of these tools and stuff and even in a little bit of time and talk about it, I thought that worked really good.
Alex.
As one of the people who talks too much, I apologize to Jackie, and to everyone else, but I do think it was remarkably productive that we had 4 or 5 ideas that would please you. Great. So, hooray group.
Anything for improvement?
No, I agree with Jackie.
Okay.
I thought the tool spreadsheet worked well, and the ideal, if we could have it in a shared document, but I do think there's a ton, not to beat that, but just there's tons of great ideas in here, and it's really great to see all the participation. I think the timing was a little challenging. We were, there was a lot of
there wasn't much time between getting it and submitting it, which I know is part of it, getting it back to us. So, the more we can do to sort of move that up, that would help people, I think. And then the other question I have is whether we can post the full packet for people to see on the website. I know the agenda was sent around, but I don't think the public is seeing like everything that we're talking about. So,
So maybe have a
Yeah.
meeting, whole meeting
Yeah.
folder with everything in there. Great idea. Thanks.
Just applaud everyone for your input, and I think it doesn't surprise any of us that these issues are so interlinked. It's hard to land one without getting into 6 others. And I think it's should be expected. And lastly, I just look forward to welcoming you all to our West Slope office next meeting.
Maybe.
I thought the worksheets are a good tool. I think, like some just complimented Kevin's office. I think the more information that we have, and I think Jackie sent out the CWC, and we got it. It's important that we know what the base is that we're building off of, and because some of the ideas, it's like, well, okay, how does that fit into? And I think it's important to understand that some of these fights have happened before.
And will again. Kevin.
I'll just say that, yeah, it flew by, I can't believe it, but the reason it did was everybody was so engaged and had such good thoughts. And so I appreciate that, and we all got our work cut out for us, and thanks for letting me interject my administration issues from time to time, but great.
Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. I would say I second Jackie on the sort of organization and making sure we're keeping track of hybrid folks virtually too. So if there's a way we can see hands raised on the screen when we're sharing the screen, I think that will help the virtual folks feel more integrated into the conversation. But today, there's a lot of energy and a lot of, I think, really great insight. So also appreciate the efforts today.
Great, thanks, Gerald.
Yeah, I think there's some great things come out today, and I appreciate the worksheets, so.
Yeah, I think good content, good discussion today. I appreciate it. I will apologize to the group that I won't be here next week for the next meeting. So Amy Huff, who's my alternate, will be sitting.
Right, thank you, Lisa.
I'll just echo others in saying that I really appreciated the handouts, how I think they help me direct us and be a little bit more specific in the conversation. And I support the suggestion of doing something to notify the group that there's a hand piece. So that it's not just up to the facilitator who's also keeping note, but to try to recognize them.
Thank you, Letitia.
I just want to say I appreciate the participation and engagement. Really moved the meeting, and looking forward to seeing everybody next week.
Thank you.
I say one thing that I think has been going really well is public comment. It's been great to have that at the start of our meetings, and we've heard some like really great ideas and feedback, and so I think that's been great. And then I just think, we put a lot of, I've been putting a lot of energy into the homework, and so just making sure that we're making the most of the work that we're putting in. And I hope we do continue the discussion on the interstate tools, because I think there's a lot to unpack here that would be responsive to a lot of the public comment that we're hearing.
I agree with everybody's statements, and I just want to say, I really appreciate you agreeing with me, and I look forward to more of that.
That'll be in the report to the legislature. Randy.
I'll have to apologize for being a butting in person too, so forgive me if not. I'll definitely use this next time. But I just want to say how much I respect the knowledge and the institutional knowledge in this room. I learned a lot today, and I think there's a lot of great collaboration, good thoughts that we can move towards firm recommendations.
Hi.
Oh, I enjoyed today. Most people, when I start talking to water, their eyes glaze over, and I didn't get that from you guys. So I appreciate that. I think one of the things I'd really like, I don't know how you'd implement it was, like on the water sharing agreements. I think that's something that we need to look at. But I think there's some education that needs to happen. And that's why we were stuck on why we couldn't come up with a good task on that, is because we didn't know enough about it. So I don't know, if we get deeper and that comes back up, do we find somebody to educate us on that? Or is there something somebody can email us and say, hey, this, I think Kelly alluded to something, but when you get to looking in that website, there's 500 pages. My eyes glaze over. So
All right,
I need some help there, maybe.
so we'll search up a resource and send that around. That's good. And Jackie, I'd like your suggestion for public comment next time to ask public to address any barriers that they have come across using these tools. And Siobhan, you have any? Oh, Aaron.
Thank you. I agree with a lot that's been said. I think that using the kind of spreadsheet structure was effective. It kind of got us into some good conversations, and looking forward to continuing that. And in general, I thought as somebody trying the hybrid approach, it worked pretty well. I could follow the conversation. So nice job with the kind of technology. One thing that would be useful for others on this, I don't know when I'm on the screen and when I'm not, if I should be waving my arms or raising the little yellow hand, or just jump in. So generally it worked well. I really wish I was there with you. But I think that's something we can kind of set up a standard, as inevitably other folks will be hybrid in the future, but worked better than most hybrid meetings. So thanks for accommodating me.
Thank you. And Siobhan, any reflections as facilitator?
I would just say we have attempted to continually be responsive to your feedback as your facilitators to try and make this process work as well as it can for all of you. So we will continue to try and take this feedback and implement whatever. So we appreciate all the feedback, and thank you to the chair for taking more of a central role today in facilitating. I think you did a great job. And so keep the feedback coming, and we will continue to try and be dynamic and as helpful as possible to keep you guys moving forward.
All right,
Kelsey.
If anyone does have, you meant ask for notes format before, so any direction that you want to give us on how you want the meeting notes to look. Anything, if there is anything specific, please send that to us, but thank you so much for that.
right, great. So with that, safe travels home. Good work, everyone. This is great. And watch for emails. I'll see you through.
And if you get a ticket, if you didn't put the thing in your window, and if you get a ticket, we understand that you can email it to us and they won't make it wrong.
Oh, and it's wine week in Grand Junction. Buy a bottle of wine before you go home. Well, this Saturday we have the Colorado Wine Fest. But all this week there's wine